All right. Good morning. Um, all right, Corey, I want you to pay attention. I'll give you a few minutes. All right, so it's pretty obvious retail is in play. If you've been paying attention the past couple of days, people in the trading room, Anton, Sean, Matt, Mike, Frank, Cayman, you name it, lots of people have been mentioning retail and its projected profit potential going into the holidays and the seasonality that brings with it. November is one of the seasonally strongest months of the year. We just got a Fed that told us that they're keeping rates unchanged while understanding that inflation is more persistent than they originally talked about. That said, you have a gift. If you're listening to if you're listening to me right now, you have the benefit of understanding what institutions are doing, not because I'm telling you, but because of what Gamma suggests. You know, what options have traded? Are they rolling up and out? Many of you, like Rick Leestar, likes to track. He's really good at tracking big orders. If you follow Leestar, Rick in the trading room, he likes to track big orders, and he'll watch for those same orders to get rolled out. Say 40,000 calls, I believe he said, that were back in, when was it, November? That you're watching? Oh, right here. Let's see. You got the Qs. Okay, Qs, you had the December 387 400 call spread the week of October, the third week or fourth week of October. That call spread, he's still waiting for that spread, 30,000 calls, a spread, 387 400 call spread. What are they going to do? Are they going to take profits, or are they going to roll that up? You also have the benefit of knowing what the major gamma levels are. Mikey even tracks it. Mikey tracks it in the gamma open interest channel. So you can follow the open interest channel that Mikey put together. That's also very helpful. So the majority of the people out there, new traders, and even some people that have been around a while, have no clue. And I don't see that to be sarcastic or mean or whatever. It's just that I don't see them talking about it. So therefore, I'm assuming that they're not paying attention to it. Maybe they're looking at it a different way. But the majority of new traders that post their opinion on StockTwits, you can tell they have no clue. You just have to kind of chuckle when you see some of the comments. I'm going large into puts yesterday because we are, quote unquote, I'm doing the rabbit ears, we're too high. What does that mean, we're too high? If we're too high, look at this chart. I want to show you something. We're too high. What does that even mean? S&P 500. I apologize. I just lost my train of thought. My wife is texting me. Forgot what I was going to say. All right, let me go back to retail. All right, because I want to cover what Corey had asked me about yesterday. How do I know when to get in? How do I know when I'm chasing, or, what's my probabilities of this particular stock following through or whatever? All right, one of the things that I do a lot is I'll talk about positions that I'm thinking about getting into. The beginning of the week I talked about Macy's, right? Macy's was looking really good. And it was set up perfectly. This is the setup that I'm looking for. The 9, 21, and 50 day are rising. RSI is above 50. So just wrap your head around that. Now, when it pulls back, I don't know if it's going to bounce at the 9 EMA, the 21 day, or the 50 day. I have no idea what it's going to do. Over here, you can see back in August, right when it was trying to break out of this pattern, it pulled back to the 50 day. So I don't care if it's the 9, 21, or 50 day, but these have to hold if this breakout is going to work. So in this case, it was the 50 day. We rallied, and then we started to top out, and we pulled back. Now, if you look at this, the reason why I knew that 2359 was going to be a pullback, I talk about a lot. It's Bollinger Bands, right? So we had that same rally. We had a fade back. Oops, I'm not showing you. Sorry. Sorry about that. All right, let me go over this again. All right, so Macy's. All right, I'm looking at retail. All right, retail is pretty obvious. Look at all these retail stocks, morning blog post, and look at all the gains. All right, look at everything is green. Just about everything is green, except for a few of these smaller ones. All right. So I want to see the majority of stocks in the retail group rallying. All right, so that's good. So Macy's coming into the week was on the watch list. So Corey asked me, well, when do you know when to get in? All right. Is it the 9 EMA? Is it the 21 day? Is it the 50 day? Well, this gives you a really good example. You got Macy's breaking out, and then it pulls back. Okay, so it stops at the 50 day and it rallies. In this case, it stopped at the 21 day and it rallied. The 21 day, it rallied. And most recently, it stopped at the 9 EMA. What does that tell you? The 9, 21, and 50 day are turning up. That's telling you that pullbacks are now getting bought on strength, meaning they're getting bought at the 9 EMA, not the 21 day, not the 50 day. Okay, so let's look at this for a minute. Now, you might be thinking, okay, when do I sell? Okay, I get in on the first bullish candle or the second bullish candle, as we talk about, like over here and over here. The second bullish candle last week was a good setup going into Monday trading because it held the second trading day. So I always talk about the second trading day being more a safer entry. and you're looking at volume, and you're looking at the whole group. The whole group is moving, okay? So how do I know when to sell if I'm scalping or short-term swing trading? Well, I'll look at the Bollinger Bands. Bollinger Bands tell me a lot. Okay, remember that first pullback right there at the 50-day? How do they know that that was probably going to turn into a point to sell? Well, I watch Bollinger Bands. Okay, see how the Bollinger Bands are moving higher? Both of them. They're moving away from each other, and then they turn. Once they start to turn upward and inward, I know that a flag is about to start, or a pullback is about to start. Here's another push higher. See how the Bollinger Bands, the lower Bollinger Bands start to turn upward and the upper band starts to slow down? You can also watch Bollinger Band percent to give you an earlier warning. You get the next bounce that was at the 21-day, it runs up, and look what the Bollinger Bands do. They turn back in. That tells you to look for a flag or a pullback. All right, so is it happening right now? No, the lower band is starting to open up again. Squeeze, breakout, a small pullback. You see the small pullback here where it started to turn last week before the breakout, and the upper band started to move away. So I was looking at this, another technique, which is watch the standard deviation 1 and 2. Standard deviation 1 is the area in the gray. Standard deviation 2, which captures about 96 to 97% of price action by design, captures that volatility. Now, I'm watching for little nuances like what's happening at the lower band. I might actually move out to the 4-hour chart, right? The squeeze on the 5-minute. Look at the 4-hour chart. That might give me a little bit more of a nuance. Look at the 4-hour. See how it's pulling away from each other? That's telling you look for a follow-through. Macy's this morning, management talking to the board about getting more into digital product delivery, right? Digital selling for Macy's to get into the new age, right? So that was up a little bit this morning. It was trading up about 31.20. So to go back to the original comment, where do I get in and how do I know I'm not chasing? Let's look at the 5-minute intraday, okay? Now remember, you can watch this video later because it's uploaded to YouTube and you have the link. Just review the first 15 minutes of the morning. Now yesterday, you had this big move. We were already in, and yesterday we had this big move. Would I want to capture this or try to chase this in the morning? A lot of times I won't. But you could take the probability, like say the third candle as it's starting to build, you say, okay, I'm gonna take this, but I'm gonna put my stop on below 29.70. If this does reverse, you know, I have a pretty good risk reward on a scalp. The next candle follows through, okay, I move my stop underneath that next candle. The next candle follows through, I move it up under the next candle. Notice the VWAP is rising at the same time. And then VWAP starts to top out when you get that topping candle, right? Notice the Bollinger Bands again on the 5-minute. See how it turns real quick? Same idea here on the 5-minute. All right, so review that last 10 minutes of this particular concept, and I think you'll start to grasp what I'm doing, where I can't really translate it during the trading day effectively sometimes. You know, that's another way of trading. Now, I also look for pullbacks to VWAP after a pullback here. I was looking for an entry, and we started to drift a bit higher. I bought some 30 calls with the profits from the shares. Okay, we got less than a minute to go, so I have to stop with this. But looking for a follow through in Macy's. NVIDIA is up $6.50. I'm going to want to take some profits in NVIDIA at the open. Okay. So NVIDIA had an open limit order. I'm glad I just canceled that because I would have got taken out at a lower level. All right, let's get ready for the open. There's your opening bell. Good luck today, folks. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA is on the move. All right, NVIDIA is going. Facebook, higher. Macy's, higher. All right, Apple's on the move. Watching for Apple to push higher as well. NVIDIA, big move here. All right, watching Dick's Sporting Goods and the retail group. Looking for that to follow through. Macy's. Macy's looking for the follow through. All right, Macy's is pushing higher. All right, if Macy's starts to move more, I might add to the 30 call that I have. That expires tomorrow, or I might roll those out. There goes Macy's. Macy's starting to move. Okay. So you got an A, B, C, D pattern. You see that? Here's A, here's B, here's C in this area. And today we look like we have D, the follow through. Microsoft pulling back. I'm going to buy some Microsoft probably on a pullback after I see some buyers. Tesla. Rob, kind of funny. Rob was saying this morning that he's only has 1,200 shares of Tesla. He wish he had more. Congrats, Rob, on your Tesla trade. Still going. Still going. Facebook on the move. FedEx, the 240 calls. FedEx, those are doing well. FedEx. Facebook. Oh, excuse me, FedEx. I just rolled my FedEx up. FedEx, I just rolled the 240 call. All right, I had this Friday's calls, the 240 call. I'm going to go ahead and roll. I just rolled those out, the 242.35. FedEx. All right, all the retailers are performing. How does that get to the end user? FedEx, UPS, U.S. Postal Service, right? So Dow theory, when industrials produce, somebody has to ship it to the end user, and it takes energy to get there. So Dow theory includes industrials, transports, and energy. All right, looking for follow through in a lot of these stocks. All right, looking really good. Caterpillar looking for a follow through. FedEx watching for a follow. Watch UPS. UPS was an entry yesterday, watching for a little dip for a better entry. Watch UPS at the what I just got finished talking about, Corey. Here's the 9 EMA. So does this turn out to be a bullish day? I don't know. I don't know yet. It's too hard to say. But let's watch the indices. All right, we're still chopping around. Tick cumulative is green, and we got 2-to-1 up volume, which is telling us that market internals are strong. Sorry, looking at the wrong chart here. UPS. All right, UPS. All right, UPS. Nice pullback to the 9 and 21 day. I just rolled up my FedEx because it's clearing the 50-day. I rolled up from the 240 call to 242.50. I gave myself an additional week. If it blasts off today and I make 100% on today's calls after yesterday's, after this Friday's calls were rolled up, if the profit's enough, I'll probably just go ahead and take it off and look for a little dip. But right now we got FedEx with a ATR of 4. It's got an ATR of 4. It's up 225. So if this turns out to be an expansion day above the 50-day, look at the momentum here. The 9 crossed through the 21-day last week, and price is now above the 50-day. So you got an expansion. Look at the Bollinger Bands. Bollinger Bands should tell you that that this is going to continue. All right, we should see the Bollinger Bands opening up away from each other. They're starting to do it on the lower band. If this turns out to be an expansion day, that upper band is going to move away. Lower band will open up and give us a confirmation. Okay, sold Bank of America yesterday into the highs. I'm going to most likely re-enter. Cassava Sciences halted. What's going on with Cassava Sciences? Okay, I see a note here. Review by Journal of Neuroscience shows no evidence of data manipulation in technical paper foundation to Cassava Sciences, lead drug candidate. All right, so there's no manipulation of data. So they're halting Sava. Sava halted. All right, so watching SPY for the reversal and push higher. SPY and the Q is pretty much flat at the moment. All right, so keep an eye on Cassava. That might keep going. All right, so FedEx. All right, so FedEx. You see that lower band's opening up? Let's look at the 4-hour chart. That'll give you a clue a lot of times, or the hourly chart. Let's see what FedEx looks like. See the so look at the lower Bollinger Band. All right, so this, if you were thinking about, okay, I'm going to take profits this morning, I can't tell you what to do, but it looks like this is going to continue. Let's look at the 2-hour chart. 2-hour chart also opening up. See how the squeeze is opening? The lower band's moving away. That's telling you look for a fast move. Okay? When do I sell? When I start to see Bollinger Bands flatten out and start to change direction. At least the lower band at a minimum. Let's see. 4-hour chart. All right, 4-hour chart. All right, so you can see the lower band's trying to open up. And if we get a follow through, that should continue. Okay, so FedEx at the highs. VIX is moving lower. 4,700 is S&P, is the S&P resistance that and target we're looking at going into OPEX, monthly OPEX. NVIDIA is still going. Apple looking good. Apple looking for the follow through. Microsoft looking for the dip to get bought. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft could come back down to the 9 EMA. All right, so here's a good example, Corey. When would I buy Microsoft? I'm not going to buy it right now, though if it starts to take off and this turns out to be a bullish candle, we'll know pretty soon. We need to see relative volume pick up on it and price to be above VWAP. So we don't have it above VWAP yet. Still too early. 10 o'clock, VWAP will mature. There's no hurry. There's no hurry to do anything until about 10 o'clock. We start to watch what institutions are trading. It's pretty evident when a stock is moving higher that they're bullish. Something like Macy's and Dick's. All right, so let's look at these two, Macy's and Dick's. Okay, Dick's, nice little reversal here. Dick's reversal, positive VWAP. Dick's reversal going now. All right, so Dick's looking good. BKKT is on the move. BKKT is on the move. What is, I wanted to get some exposure to Bitcoin on any move. Let's see what Bitcoin looks like. BTC. All right, Bitcoin's building higher highs and higher lows. All right, so it might be an entry day for Riot and Mara. All right, these are following through. All right, so here's a good one, Corey. All right, so you got a $2 ATR. The stock is up 29 cents. It's a bullish follow through. You got Bitcoin trying to follow through. Watch Bitcoin closely. And looks like it could be a follow through here, follow through day. It's a little early. Looks like SPY and the Qs are going to keep going. We know that the S&P's probably got a good high probability of following through. Maybe I'll buy some Riot calls here shortly. All right, if it starts going, Bitcoin hasn't moved yet. There goes Riot. Riot's on the move. Okay, watch Cassava Sciences. Riot's on the move here. Watch Riot. It's a little early, but the relative volume is starting to look good at the open. I'd like to see it greater than it was at 10 o'clock, by 10 o'clock. Look for it to push away from VWAP. Remember that the first 15 minutes, people are taking profits off the table. Professionals, anyway. A lot of times will take profits off into the first 15 minutes. If it keeps going, and we see other stocks in the group like Mara going too, these look good. Watching for a follow through in Bitcoin. Okay, Ethereum, ETHE. Coinbase. Ethereum, a little gap down. That's giving you a better entry if you're bullish, as I am. Ethereum, GBTC. Okay, gap downs on these. All right, Riot and Mara doing a little bit better. All right, SPY looks good. We've got 2-to-1 up volume on the NASDAQ, 1.5-to-1 on the NYSE. Looks pretty positive for a follow-through day today. Looks pretty positive so far. All right, what's Sava? Is Sava open yet? Nope, still not open. Let me know when Sava's open if I'm not paying attention. Please let me know. All right, watching. Thank you, Frank. Keep an eye on Sava for me. I'm watching a dozen different things here. There goes BKKT. BKKT on the move. BKKT is on the move. NVIDIA, forget about it. IWM following through. All right, so I'm probably going to double up my position on IWM. I was thinking about it last night. Probably double up my position.
ANY, Spirit 3D, Seeking Alpha Post, largest Bitcoin 3D, are actively mining merger date announced, pre-merger dividend, and Elon Musk as board member. That's Alpha November Yankee. That's from Seeking Alpha. Getting a pop here.
All right, I'll probably double up my position. I have 500 shares of UWM. I'd like to double it to 1,000 shares. There goes NVIDIA, blast off. All right, that looks good. Facebook is flagging. Facebook will probably continue. FedEx pushing higher above 242.86. Apple is going. Apple's going. All right, we're headed for 155 on Apple. Sava. All right, so Apple. All right, pretty much you're not going to, looks like you're not going to do much wrong today if you buy the dips like we talk about every day, whether it's to VWAP or if it just accelerates away from VWAP. All right, so many things are working. Looking for Walmart to get something going. Walmart hasn't done much lately, but it looks like it could get going. So you won't be chasing Walmart, okay? Walmart's been consolidating, for lack of a better term. Walmart looks really good. Energy stocks on the move.
ETSY, Etsy, named as a new Investors Daily Pick. Echo Tango Sandy Yankee, ETSY.
All right, Etsy, swing trader, everything is working now. Tom Lee, everything rally.
Shares of Etsy spiking 259.60.
All right, I wouldn't chase Etsy. It's a good example here, Corey. A good example on Etsy. You got a big move. Is it going to keep going? Maybe, but I would give it a couple of minutes and see if it flags first. People will be taking profits off into strength. If it's got, I would think that it's going to pull back a little bit. Look at its ATR. ATR is plus 11. It's up 20 already. Don't chase it. ATR, Etsy. Okay, don't chase it. All right, a lot of stocks following through. NVIDIA, oh man, NVIDIA, you bitches. All right, NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA's got an ATR of 7. It's up 12. Do you want to chase that? I'm not going to chase it, but it's probably just going to keep going. Could be a $20 day on NVIDIA. Looks like a $20 day. But I got to stick to the strategy. Once you start steering away from the strategy and you start doing chaotic things like chasing, that's when you really expose yourself to risk, all right? So as much as I like the way Nvidia is trading, we had some positions. If you sold into strength this morning, it keeps going. That's a good sign. Look for AMD and the rest of the semis to do well. AMD, LRCX. All right, there's just so many things working right now. You're going to have to rely on some of your own screens. Just know that retail, transports, energy, industrials are working. You've got chips. You've got Qualcomm looks good. Qualcomm was down. Now it's gapping up. Qualcomm. Anton's got to be happy. Qualcomm, big gap up. Finally clearing a lot of levels. It's been in this range since February. Boom, there it goes. Nice. Microsoft, nice bounce as I'm chatting away here. Microsoft finally did bounce. Okay, so Microsoft is most likely going to continue. Why? Because all the stocks look very similar. Microsoft, keeping an eye on relative volume is a good idea right here. The volume's tapering off on this move. All right, so watch. They did buy the low here, but it might not be the low. Could be another higher low. Look at the volume. See how it's tapering off here? So some traders just scalped this just now. You can tell they scalped it, and as it's starting to drift off, now they're starting to sell a little bit. So watch Microsoft. That might be an entry as well. Bitcoin, watching for a follow through. All right, so FedEx doing quite well. Vuzy. Vuzy. Watch Vuzy. David.
Topical in the treatment of acne rosacea. Posted to clinical trials website study. Not yet recruiting.
David, if you're listening, Vuzy's popping. There goes SPY. SPY's on the move. All right, futures about to break out. Futures. Up volume. Surging. Tick cumulative is bullish. Internals are bullish. Call wall is higher. What else you need? All right, so it's clear and present danger. The bears are in trouble. For those still on StockTwits saying that the markets are too high, they have to come back down. I just bought 20,000 puts. Yeah, sure you did. All of those opinions matter very little. If you're paying attention to what Gamma's telling you, you know, as of 16 trading days earlier, what happened? The call wall started shifting from 4,400. Now it's at 4,700. So for the last 3 weeks, that's what we've been looking for, right? For 18 trading days, actually more than 3 weeks, since the second week of October. That reversal candle right there started with the call wall shifting higher. It shifted from 4,400 up to 4,450 to 4,500, 4,550, 4,600, 4,650, and now it stands at 4,700. So institutions are continuing to push this higher. Now, are they perfect? Do they know what's going to happen tomorrow, today? Are we going to get a black swan event? We have no idea, but we do have a pretty high probability of success buying the dip when we know that institutions are bullish. All right, there goes, watch the Bitcoin stocks. Bitcoin, Riot, Blockchain, Mara, Marathon Digital. Bitcoin is on a buy signal. 5 minute, 30 minute, 60 minute, just waiting on the daily now. 5, 30, 60, waiting on the daily. Scalps for now. All right, SPY's on the move. Wow, I'm hyperventilating. Jesus, today is just crazy. Oh, this is great. This is great, though. Macy's looking for the follow through. Watching for UWM to continue to show institutions are buying. This is day 16. All right, the call wall is now 4,700. All right. All right, so this is day 16. All right, so the markets are not going to go straight up, so you don't want to be chasing. You want to wait for these little dips if you miss the morning rush hour. Day 16. Right here, That's where the call wall started shifting. All right, market's still going, so you should have some good trades.
MGI and WU, MoneyGram and Western Union shore up digital deals headed into Q4. That from Business Insider. That's Michael Gov India and Whiskey Uniform, MGI and WU.
All right, so the call wall shifting higher during this whole period. All right, so not surprising, we had these follow-throughs, and then call wall starts to shift lower. All right.
OPEC plus JMMC likely recommend proceeding with 400,000 barrels per day oil output increase in December. The meeting is continuing now. The Joint Ministerial Monitoring Committee of OPEC plus now meeting.
All right, so remember the call wall started shifting lower before price action reacted.
SMCI, Sandy Michael Charlie India.
Okay, so that was really important to understand that.
Micro getting mentioned as a new pick at Banning Hill flagship newsletter. That's Sandy Michael Charlie India, SMCI.
All right, so SPY is still moving higher. So if you have SPY calls, probably selling some in the strength. Not yet. It's above R1. We're trending. It could be a Indy squeeze kind of day. Sava is still not moving. All right. Still halted. All right, there goes FedEx. All right, Mike, add calls to my position in FedEx. FedEx is taking off to the upside. All right, big expansion day likely. Expansion day likely. All right, we're into the Kirby as well. Note the Kirby over here on the left of the chart. Let me get FedEx here. FedEx. I know I have another chart. FedEx. All right, so I haven't changed this chart. I haven't changed it. Okay, I'm just going to shift these around. So these notes that I had on here previously are what we were looking for on FedEx. So if you traded FedEx with us, this is what we were looking at, right? There's no supply in that area noted where I have right here. And where's price? Going to scoot quickly is what I said, right? All right, there you go. Not hindsight. Not hindsight. Okay, it really starts to build up overhead. Right in here, in this area. Resistance.
REGN, Regeneron announcing Research in Blood Cancers and Disorders, Romeo Echo Golf November, REGN.
All right, if you just understand these concepts, you're going to be doing great, especially if you're a new trader, you're a millennial, and you're just starting your career and you're saving money, um, for your 401k IRA. Until the call wall starts to shift again, I'm just going to continue to increase my exposure to equities from 45% up to 55% at some point over the next couple of weeks, probably. Maybe this week. VIX is dropping off here. VIX dropping off. All right, so looking really good there on cassava. Clapping hands, cassava. Thank you, thank you. Great job there. Saba, 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 Saba. Oh, man, this is great. All right, so FedEx, I have to contain myself. Can't imagine what's going on in the YouTube channel. Good. Thank you, Roger. Thanks, Frank. All right, so FedEx is probably going to move pretty quick here. And UPS, watch UPS. I could trade them both. I don't really have a desire to have both. FedEx is pulling up the rear. We know what UPS looks like. UPS coming off of that bounce, and we see buyers at the low of the day. So if you bought UPS today, if this turns into a bullish candle, I'm going to be adding. I would be adding to my position, Corey. All right, and when would I do it? I'd be watching the 5-minute chart, and now that it's 10 o'clock, I'm looking for VWAP to hold, or for volume to pick up and for it to bounce, or if it does pull back a little bit, gives me a better entry into yesterday's price action. Eventually, I want to see a follow through. Oh boy, this is special. This is a special day.
SAVA, Cassava Sciences, shares resuming, hitting 79.58 at the high, and shares were halted.
All right, let's look at Cassava Sciences.
Right after reopening.
All right, here's Cassava following through. So if you took this on Tuesday, you're probably pretty happy here.
Saying there was no evidence of manipulation in the data on their lead drug candidate, SAVA.
SPY is looks like an indie squeeze. SPY. All right, SPY looks good. That's a nice backdrop to have the indices. You know that 270 is resistance. 470, sorry.
ADBE, Adobe, new pick from Investors Business Day.
All right, so a nice bounce in Bitcoin. Nice bounce in Bitcoin following through. Those should be working well. All right, looks good. Oh man, what a great day, huh? What a great day. I felt like I was hyperventilating there for a while. Yesterday I told you that I felt a little euphoric. I still feel a little euphoric. Actually, I feel a lot euphoric. FedEx.
NNOX, 9OX imaging moving here, 2630, November, Oscar X-ray.
Man, what a nice day. What a nice day.
CCJ, another pick from Banyan Hill, Charlie, Juliet.
All right, so looking good. Looking good. The other benefit of knowing where the call wall is and what the price action is doing is that you can look away from your screen. You don't have to watch every 5-minute candle. As we watch for continuation, we know that they've lifted the upper ceiling or range. What's ASO doing? All right, Riot at the highs here. VUZ. All right, chopping around. FedEx, nice follow through. FedEx doing very well. These calls are up quite a bit already. These calls are up 78% since I rolled.
SAVA halted on a circuit breaker.
All right, 100%, I'll take a half off. This next dip, Cat, if we dip a little bit here, Stephen, SPY, I'm watching for a dip to the 90 EMA that gets bought. FedEx at the high of the day, up almost 100% now.
SONY, Sony Group announced open market purchase of 900.
Wow, what a day. Let these run. Let these run.
Stock exchange for
Macy's, another pop there. Macy's.
yen. That's Sandy Oscar November Yankee, SONY.
All right, Macy's on the move. I just rolled Macy's up and out. I just rolled a 30 up to 32. Gave myself an extra week. Looks like we're going to keep going. Oh, what a day. Oh my gosh, look at this freaking market. All right, so Cassava, is that open yet again? All right, so Cassava, what are you doing, Cassava? It's up 32 points. All right, selling some into strength. Sava. All right.
SAVA, Cassava Sciences, resuming after another circuit breaker halt. Sandy Alpha, Victor Alpha, SAVA, $99 at the high now. Sandy Alpha, Victor Alpha.
Look at Sava. Oh my gosh.
Science is up 71% at the high.
You imagine having 1,000 shares of this? You're up 55 grand. I didn't have that much. I had a lot. Damn. Damn.
SHCAU, Spindletop Health Acquisition shares opening at $10.07, priced at $10 per unit. That's Sandy Charlie.
Oh man, Cassava. Cassava. Beauty. All right, so where was it before? All right, this is where it was before, 126 to 146. This was before the news came out that maybe there was some manipulation of data. And then they reviewed it and they found out there's no manipulation. So it's going to start to see some profit taking into this area. It's up so much now, I would suspect that we could see a pullback.
Evotech opening at $20.90.
All right, Sava.
IPO was priced at.
Oh man, look at the move on Cassava. Great move here.
Echo Victor Oscar. Evotech shares continuing 2174 now at the high. Echo Victor Oscar.
All right, I'm out of Sava for now. I'm out of Sava. Out of Sava.
SAVA halted on a circuit breaker. Sandy Alpha Victor Alpha.
All right, cassava taking some profits off makes sense.
BMY, Bristol Myers Squibb to highlight more than 80 abstracts at ASH meeting. That's Rebel Michael Yankee, BMY. FATBB halted on
Yeah,
ASH.
NVIDIA is making some very happy people, right? NVIDIA, nice move.
FATBB.
Sava, what a move. All right, so cassava, I'm no longer in it. I will look for a dip to buy. I'll look for a dip to buy. All right, what a great day. All right, so Saba. All right, NVIDIA, looking for a flag now on NVIDIA. Microsoft, I missed that opportunity. Damn it, Janet. All right, well, I can't get everything, I guess. Can't get everything you want at Alice's restaurant. All right, so I'm going to sell some FedEx here. It's starting to dip. FedEx sold a little bit.
natural gas storage coming up at 10:30, a build of 63 BCF expected.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Those don't happen very often, but when they do, seems like it happens all the time with Mondo. Mondo's always trading these stocks that could move quite a bit. Saba. All right, it's halted right now. Let's see. Everything seems to be slowing down a little bit except for Microsoft. Microsoft is still going. Damn it. Damn it. What's Riot doing? Riot and the, all right, starting to come back a little bit, Riot. All right, looking for a follow through in these. All right, looking for a bounce now, a higher low in Riot. You're welcome, Daniel. Except Alice, yeah. Get everything you want at Alice's restaurant. All right, Netflix starting to bounce. Netflix might be a nice entry here. Netflix, that was a dip to buy. Last couple of days we got dips to buy. All right, looking for Netflix to take off here. Netflix looks like a buy. Netflix looks like a buy. There goes SPY in the Qs. Futures going. I got a feeling Netflix is going to be a good. Keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it. Not quite. Not just yet. Netflix does look good though. On the dip. Maybe because of Roku. Maybe because of Roku. Probably. Maybe I'll stay away from that for now. Roku gapping down. All right, that's near support. Roku's probably going to base down here. Netflix, however, has been doing the best. Flagging. All right, if it starts going here, it might be a nice entry. All right, so keep an eye on Roku for potential. All right, just note that Netflix is below VWAP. It needs to get above VWAP to be bullish. Okay. All right, needs to be above. Note where RSI is. This is a pretty good setup. Pretty good setup. Looking for a follow through. Netflix below VWAP, but look at RSI. RSI is oversold. If we can just get the futures to continue and VIX to back off, some of these dip buys look good. Let's see what it says, what we're looking at here on Netflix. Bitcoin, or a little bit of selling right there. Netflix. Not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. All right, Netflix. All right, it's near support over here. Could test it before taking off. It's below VWAP, so this is a bearish setup for now. If it doesn't bounce, it needs to get above. All right, so doesn't look like Netflix is going to bounce. All right, so we'll take another look at that later. Netflix not working. Riot looking for a bounce in Bitcoin stocks. BKKT looking for a follow through. AVXL, nice follow through. AVXL is a nice one. Grover had mentioned this one the other day. Was it Tuesday, Grover? Near the close. Nice follow through. Look at the volume. Institutions. It's got resistance up here around 24, 24.50. UWM looks like it's going to have another day of gains if it keeps up like this. Dick's Sporting Goods looking for a bounce. What's Macy's doing? Where's Macy's? Macy's. All right, looking for a follow through. All right, so right now it feels like you'd be chasing and you're looking for a dip. So we'll wait a few minutes.
SAVA, Cassava, resuming. Shares now at 80.
Man, look at the options. The options have gone nuts. Options have gone nuts.
Brands resuming trade.
The options are like $5 spreads. Saba options are now $5 spreads.
Plan for 400,000 barrel per day output hike. That from a delegate reported by Bloomberg now.
You got $5 spreads on some of these. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Some of the higher strikes. All right, so the morning rush hour is over. Busey.
FATBB halted on a circuit breaker. Fat Brands B shares.
Fusey, no follow through. Still flagging, looking for a pop higher. That Busey had added another Fortune 50 customer yesterday. So it looks like early selling, early profit taking. VIX is still pushing higher. All right, Microsoft. I'm glad somebody got it. Lee Star, good. Congrats. Congrats. All right, so Busey, I'm looking for this follow through. Okay, the company added another Fortune 50 company, 50 Fortune 50 company. All right, looking for the follow through. Some selling into strength into that 14 candle. I'm thinking the same way, different company obviously, but I'm thinking the same way with Cassava. The Tuesday, Wednesday into today's action. Tuesday entry, Wednesday, some people took the stop. I was looking for this to continue to push back above the 200-day. Higher low, 9 and 21 day were crossing. The volume on Tuesday is what kept me in the trade. That was a massive amount of volume. Even though we didn't close at the high, that was a bit overbought, obviously, with an ATR of just below 10. So that move there, was a little suspect at the highs. So buying the dip on Tuesday and then averaging on Wednesday and not getting stopped out took a little bit of patience, but it did pay off. Hindsight being 2020, that run up to 100, wow, I didn't think that was going to happen, but could see 125 to 145. I'm thinking that's what's going to happen. Now that the Alzheimer's drug, when it was trading in the 120s, the Alzheimer's drug was talked about as maybe they manipulated the data. Now they come out and say, nope, we didn't manipulate the data, and it's been confirmed by third parties, so that's good. So it's probably going to trade back up through, though the day is probably done. It's up 22 points, got an ATR of 10. That'll climb some more. All right, so I'm still focused on retail. Still focused on retail today because they're doing well. They might not be taking off like Cassava, but the retail stocks do look good. They're all working. Steady Eddie. Steady Eddie, I like to say. That wins the game, right? Capri, big gap up again today. Leader in the space. number one ranked Capri Holdings. Best Buy featured image on today's blog post. Best Buy. This has been in this trend since the first week of October. That reversal back above the 921 and 50 day. What a great looking chart. Still going. Would I chase it up here? I would not. I would look at other stocks that are doing similar. This morning, ASO was commented on. ASO, little gap there. So it's up at the top of this range. Let's take a look at the weekly. Trending. This is the third week above the 10 EMA. All right, so over here, back in November, when this trend started, it stayed, what, for 6-8 months above the 10 EMA. So this could be the start of a lot of these companies like Dick's Sporting Goods. Yesterday it was Big Five. I think Frano was in this. Big Five, Sporting Goods. Okay, that gapped up again, so I'm sure Frano probably took some slippage. That's the whenever you've got an option, Mondo, whenever you have an option that's trading no slippage, you'd have the option price to say bid $2, offer 205. So it'd be like a 5-cent spread. But for something like Sava, you might have $1 bid and a $6 offer. So you got a $5 spread in there. That's called slippage, right? You don't want to trade an option like that. That's ridiculous. You're paying all that implied volatility because dealers are trying to protect themselves by offering at higher implied volatility. Apps, Digital Turbine. All right, what are you doing there? You're trading it. All right, it's right on the 50-day. So this is actually a pretty good setup, Mondo. You're looking at Digital Turbine. It's sitting right on the 50-day, and it's starting to trend away after it had earnings yesterday. Let's see what the earnings look like. I'm not adding a whole bunch of new positions. Like I said, I want to finish off the week with a nice profit, and I want to reassess, have fewer positions to worry about, and be positioned properly going into the next week. I'm thinking it's going to be retail. I don't know, but I think it's going to be retail, and maybe it's will include tech again. Digital Turbine, let's see. Earnings were 193%. They beat by 193%. They reported 15 cents a year ago, September quarter. Third quarter, they reported 15 cents. This report yesterday was 44 cents for 193%. I think Digital Turbine's a buy down here. Maybe scale into it. Maybe you use options because implied volatility is going to be crushed. All right. Digital Turbine offers mobile software that enables content distribution and transactions. That's what we're doing these days, right? Everybody's on their cell phone. So Digital Turbine's right in the middle of that, or at the top of the heap, I should say. I like it for a push. Let's see. 76 is the 76 call for 2 weeks out, or for the 19th. Those are going for $4, 420. They're a 50 delta. All right, so if this holds and we see volume coming in, you can see the oscillators are still dropping off. So you might want to wait a couple of days on Digital Turbine. Maybe you scale into it. All right, it's down here. It's probably going to base down here. Keep an eye on Digital Turbine. If you want to do the room a favor, somebody or some of you keep an eye on Digital Turbine. If it starts to move, let the room know. Let me know. Okay, I'll make sure everybody else knows. Digital Turbine, if it starts going on volume, you see relative volume pickup. See the relative volume yesterday compared to today? It's not there yet. And VWAP is flat, so it's probably not going anywhere. But it's an excellent setup. Excellent setup. Digital Turbine, that's crazy. Beat by almost 200%. All right, so 200-day support, right? So this is going to be a great trade, I think. All right, AMD is still going. Oh my gosh, look at AMD. 50-day and 200-day. All right, so it's at support.
WRAP Wrap Technologies to present at Ladenburg.
All right, as long as it stays with a flat VWAP, there's no follow through. All right, so look at the futures still going. That's telling you the FANG stocks will keep going. No shit, Harry. We've got NVIDIA flagging at the highs. AMD is just on cruise control. I steered away from AMD yesterday. I know Sean is in this one. Oh my gosh, look at that. 4 white soldiers there. Cup, handle, breakout. Look at the dip. You've got, let's round it up. You got about a 22 point measured move. AMD is a 22 point measured move. That equals 144, 146.
ELNT Banyan Hill with a pick for picking Planet Fitness, another pick that's popping in November. Tango, ELNT.
Okay, I wouldn't chase AMD at the high. Do not chase the high. Wait for dips. Dips only. You're not going to get the perfect entry. My experience is that, every so often you get a perfect entry and the price action reverses immediately as soon as you enter. Most of the time, though, you have to, like Cassava is a perfect example. Most of the time, maybe it pulls back 5 to 8%. You're right on the cusp of being stopped out, and you give it a little bit more room, and you luck out. Okay, so Cassava was a lucky trade in that I could have taken a stop if I had just followed the rules, but it was that Monday, Tuesday action that got me to stick with it. All right, so I hope that makes sense. All right, Monday we had a nice pop. We had huge volume on Tuesday. That's what got us interested. On Wednesday, we also saw some selling. It was about half of what we saw on Tuesday. But I really liked this spike in volume. That's the only thing that kept me from being stopped out, was that I looked at the volume and said, you know what, I'm going to give it a little bit more. Turns out I was a little lucky, right? We were lucky. I had shares too, so I would have taken a bigger beating than if you were buying options, most likely. SPY looks like it's going to follow through. Sometimes you get lucky. It could have worked the other way too. It could have dropped back down below 40, which would have, that would have really hurt, right? In that case, if I had been down 10%, I probably would have said, you know what, that's it. The overriding factor of everything that I'm doing right now and everything that you should be thinking about is, what does the call wall tell you? I know I keep beating that to death, but the call wall is telling you institutions are anticipating S&P 500 is going to be what, 4,800 by the end of the year at this rate. 4,700 is the nearby resistance level. That's where all their option activity peaks, at 4,700, and that rolled up from 4,600 to 4,700 with a stop at 4,650 to start the week. Actually, it was the end last week, and then 4,700 was the call wall rolled on Monday. I can't stress enough how important that is. It's telling you what's going to happen, like riot. Look for the dip to get bought. Watch Bitcoin. Bitcoin is looking really good here. Netflix is pulling back. Good thing I didn't go with Netflix. That didn't work. All right. Netflix didn't work. It's pulling back more, so you'll get a better entry. Looking for a better entry. Bitcoin, it's trying to put in a higher low. And the 30, 60-minute charts are we got a T, if you have TTM, you can see the histogram is starting to turn now. On the 30-minute, it's already started to turn yellow. On the 60-minute, it's still red, but it looks like the trough is forming. And the 5-minute had a nice buy signal there for about 45 minutes. So looking for a Bitcoin and Riot and Mara to continue higher. Coinbase, also looking for a follow-through. All right, got a nice follow-through on Coinbase. Look at that volume. That's institutions there. Pretty obvious. Weekly chart, we're above the 10 EMA for the fourth week, so it's starting to get a little bit overheated. I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these things pull back. All right, so maybe selling into strength into Friday or today. Riot is pushing higher. All right, next pop here on Riot would probably take some profits. This doesn't seem to be interested in taking out the high. Bitcoin, are you going to go or what? All right, I'll come back and look at Riot later. But Riot, Bitcoin, let's see what the daily looks like. Bitcoin, still consolidating. So if you're in Riot or Mara, maybe take a little bit off. It looks like it's done. You can see the candles. Look at them. Big day, but a little bit smaller. And now it's much smaller than the previous 2 days. So it looks like the momentum is slowing. Think about a rocket or whatever you shoot up in the air, a toy rocket. The momentum will slow before the direction shifts, if that makes any sense. So you got the rocket takes off to the upside. And as it's taken off to the upside, like you're seeing here, the momentum starts to slow before you hit the apex and the rocket starts coming back because of gravity. So I don't know if they're going to pick it up again, but right now it looks like it's starting to slow. So I would take some profits off into strength. NVIDIA is not slowing. NVIDIA is accelerating. Do not chase NVIDIA up here unless you're scalping it on a 5-minute basis. So if you're scalping on a 5-minute basis, this is what I mean. Okay, it's obviously very bullish. It's pulling away from VWAP. So these pullbacks is what I'd be trading. I'd look for the pullback, then look for the first bullish candle. That one right there, 4 candles previous. I'd put my stop under 282. I'd look for, while this is trading right in here, this first big bullish candle, and then it takes off, then I would move my stop underneath this flag and keep doing that as long as it keeps moving higher. As soon as it takes me out, my entry was here around 283. Now my stop is up here near 284, 285 as it starts to push. So NVIDIA looks really good. So Corey, you were asking me about how do I know I'm not chasing? Well, I'd be scalping it right here. And just like the comment I just made about momentum slowing before the rocket turns, okay, the momentum is very obviously bullish. You have your first bit of profit taking. Relative volume is still very high, so it looks like they're still here. It looks like NVIDIA is going to still go. You know NVIDIA has already passed its ATR for the day. All right, so you want to check out your ATR. All right, ATR is at 8. The stock is up 20. So at some point, this is not going to work. This scalp is not going to work anymore. All right, so the only way to tell is if you're entering. All right, it already looks like it's going to pull back some. All right, and it could pull back 10 points. All right, so I'd take some profits on NVIDIA. The NVIDIA is probably done now.
Blue Origin loses lawsuit against NASA over SpaceX lunar lander contract.
All right, so Blue Origin loses that contract or that lawsuit against SpaceX with NASA.
Partners acquisition, shares opening at $10.06, IPO priced at $10 per unit. That's Michael Papa Romeo Alpha Uniform NPR. Hey, you.
All right, so let's look at SPCE, Virgin Galactic. No action there. SpaceX just won their, I don't know if it was a lawsuit, but they did petition NASA against SpaceX contract. SpaceX is so far away from Blue Origin as far as development and confirmation of the ability to launch and to put people into space. So Elon, his first three, what was it? The first three launches failed, and it looked like the fourth launch, that was the one that was going to either make or break Elon and Tesla. I like Elon. He's got the good spirit. He's got the spirit of, you know, we can do this. And the fourth launch worked. And the reentry, it just blows my mind growing up during the 70s to see these boosters come back to Earth and just land on a freaking target on a ship out or a barge out in the middle of the ocean. That just blows my mind. All right, watch Apple here. Apple looks like it could be forming an early ABCD pattern. Excuse me for coughing directly in your ear. There goes futures, NQ futures. Gone. NQ futures are gone. Man, what a day. What a freaking day. Yeah, I like SpaceX. You guys don't have to agree with me, by the way. Not that I'm saying that you will, that you are, but you don't have to agree with me with everything I say. I just say stuff off the cuff a lot of times, and you may disagree. It's about like vaccines. I don't believe in vaccines. You know, I have the luxury of not having to go out into the workforce like you guys and ladies, but I do go out. No one wears masks around here. Well, every once in a while you see somebody. Watch SPY here. SPY's about to break out. 470 possible. Um, I look in the trading room every day and I'm just, I won't say amazed. I am aligned with just about everybody in the trading room. Most of you are doing exactly the same thing I'm doing, maybe in different degrees. Buying the dip. I don't want to name names, but you know who you are. I just love seeing these entries that you guys and ladies are taking and these profits that you're making. I see a dozen symbols posted at any given point, and it gives me a good idea of what is breath telling me. What is breath telling me? All right, let's go take a look at breath. All right, so breath. You want to see more new highs than yesterday. Yesterday was a bang out day, by the way. New highs. All right, so here's today. We're already up 101 new highs, 43%. I forget what the number was yesterday. Was it like 100, 200%? A 200% gain. in the number of new highs. Let me see. I got a chart here. Let me check it out real quick. Dropbox. Where are you? Dropbox. Let's see. Yesterday. Did I save it? NYHL. Probably didn't. No, I didn't, unfortunately. Too bad. Because yesterday it was really pumped. NVIDIA is still going. All right, so let's take a look at NVIDIA because I was just giving you the example of NVIDIA. Okay, Corey, I was just giving you the example. All right, so you look at the daily chart and you go, oh, I can't chase this. And you would be right not to chase it, especially a swing trader. But a day trader would look at this like Rob, and he would see this pivot. He would look at stochastic, which isn't set up perfectly for Rob. Rob likes to see stochastics down here at the low, but it doesn't mean he can't day trade it. Now, I look at this every day. I'm looking for VWAP to be doing exactly what I'm seeing, like a 45-degree angle to horizontal. SPY's pulling back. SPY's pulling back. Big spike. All right, so right now I know that the indices are coming back a little bit. So what I'd be doing as this is pushing higher is I would have a stop under here as price action, these first couple of bullish candles here, 6 candles prior. That first bullish candle, I'd put a stop under 262. I see VWAP there. I'd look for a VWAP to continue, and I'd be looking for volume to sustain these high levels. Right now it's starting to taper off, so it looks like some people are probably taking profits up here. And so entry on that first bullish candle, stop, accelerates. I'm just thinking scalp, I'm not thinking swing. As it moves higher and takes out this 285.50, now I've moved my stop from 282 up underneath this little flag here, these 2 wicks, follows through, it breaks out, continues to move. Now I'm going to move my stop up if it keeps going and just keep lifting the ladder higher. All right, Microsoft looks like it's going to give you a better entry. FedEx, we took off. FedEx, we took off. FedEx, we took off. FedEx, I'm out. Okay, lost VWAP just now. FedEx. All right, so FedEx, I took some off at the highs. Same concept. All right, so here we are. Here we are coming out. I rolled those calls up, as I told you. It kept going. Once I started to see these wicky candles, I said, you know what, watch it a few more minutes because this probably is topping out. And I took half of my position off. Then it started to 3 candles now. And we lose VWAP for the first time. Bounce. Get rejected. Lower highs. Now I'm out of FedEx. If it starts to bounce here, maybe it's a B pivot. Might be an entry, re-entry for somebody who's still interested in FedEx. I'm still interested. I like it on the daily. I like it on the daily. All right, it's probably going to consolidate right here. That would be fine. Last time it moved above a key average here, the 21-day. It rallied for a couple of more days before fading. So it looks like it has the potential to do the same thing. So I'm looking for that evidence of what might transpire in the next couple of trading days, today, tomorrow, in the face of SPY exceeding expectations with the idea that we could see 470. All right, so the other thing I'm thinking, if you can humor me here, the other thing I'm thinking is this. All right, so once we saw the call wall shift higher, we knew that, you know, buying the dip was probably going to be good. I was still taking things off into strength as we were on our 5th day higher. focusing on the stocks that were going to give me the best bang for my buck, if you will. So I eliminated, I had like 18 positions. I'm down to about 6 now, 7, 8. Apple, I got B Big, BKKT, B Big, BKKT. Dick's Sporting Goods, Goldman Sachs, it's down a little bit today. Lucid, I still have some there. Macy's, Ocugen, got a few shares of Ocugen from lower. Teva, that's still not working. UWM, I'm going to hold on to that. Vuzy, Walmart, and I sold a bunch today. So, I sold a bunch today. I sold some Riot. That was a quick trade. Some Netflix. That was something that didn't work. Took a 30-cent loss on that on a scalp. FedEx, those rolled up to 242 from 240. That was a nice gain there. Cassava, you know what the deal is there. Macy's, I rolled out. And what else? NVIDIA, taking profits off into strength. That turned out to be too early. FedEx, let's see what, NVIDIA. Okay, so you're probably going to get more out of this. I would take profits right here, right now. I would take profits. NVIDIA, take profits. All right, NVIDIA is way beyond its ATR. It's plus 10 above its ATR. Take some profits. All right, so Digital Turbine, watching that one for potential trade. It's still sitting on the 50-day, 200-day area, pushed a little bit lower. So, all right, here's another concept to think about, Corey, if you're listening. All right, so we know that Digital Turbine is on the 50 and the 200-day. All right, so I want a position, but it could test the 200-day first. 200-day is right behind that. Let me take that off here. Let me the price label. So this is more of a swing for somebody who wants to swing. All right, so you can see we're sitting right on top of the 50, but the 200-day is right there. 50-day has crossed through. The 9 and 21-day crossed through the 200-day several weeks ago. Now, okay, so it looks bullish, right? We know what the ATR is. The ATR is $5. We're currently up 70 cents, and what we're looking at is a flat VWAP. So this is actually a pretty decent area because you got to stop underneath these lows. I might buy some options here, actually. Let's see. The 78 call is 37 delta. The 77 call is a 40 delta. So that's the furthest out I would want to go, 77. And it's not showing any signs of bouncing yet. So, but if it does, this is a good area because what I'm looking at, and most of you are probably thinking the same thing, you've got the high, this range here, okay, watching, you've got the lows of the range. So I know that that's pretty much where my stop would be underneath this. I know the 200-day is down there a couple of points lower, so it's forming a bear flag right now. It's possible that this drops off, in which case we'll get an even better entry if the 200-day holds. It all depends on what the indices do right now. All right, so top-down approach to the market dictates my thinking. Okay, top-down approach. We want the markets to be moving in our favor. Generally, the markets have been up 16 trading days. It's moving in our favor, but are we a bit extended? All right, so maybe. So I'm looking at the market. The market's currently pulling back. The sector that I want to trade, that's technology. What's tech doing? Let me look at tech real quick. XLK. Tech is fading from the high. So that's telling me wait. Wait for buyers to show up in the sector and the index. So if the index starts to bounce, NQ futures look better, but they're a bit extended. All right, so let's look at the Qs right here. Qs, okay, we want this. This is a nice bullish VWAP. fading a little bit? Are we ahead of our skis? Probably. Can we pull back a little bit? Let's watch over the next 30 minutes to 45 minutes. Let's see what stochastics does. Stochastics been embedded. Looking for it to pull back a little bit to give you a better entry. RSI showing muscle. If this drops below 70 and starts heading lower quickly, that'll be a reflection of price. So the market and the sector, I need to see a bounce. Okay, market and sector, I need to see a bounce. Then maybe I see a bounce in digital turbine. Okay, so I'm watching for, and we don't have a bounce yet. So better entry on the pullback. Right now I'm waiting for the pullback. VIX is still ripping higher. It was 1470 at the open, 1475 at the open. It's up 1%. VIX is probably going to keep doing this. So what is working? Let's go see what's working. All right, let me go take a look at relative volume. You can track relative volume on stock beep, like Roadrunner, beep beep, stockbeep.com. You can follow what is hot on the day. All right, so we know that Stratasys, SSYS, is showing high relative volume. It did fade though, so I'm not interested. Qualcomm, gap up, it is fading, and it's way extended. It's probably going to come back some. It's probably a short for now. Cassava Sciences, 5 times regular volume. Cassava, is that stopped yet? All right, still fading. All right, Calon Petroleum. Earlier, about an hour ago, Anton was telling you that energy was higher. All right, so those are half dozen stocks there that are showing above average volume. All right, let's look at these. Retail, I'm looking for more follow through. Etsy, a little selling at the high. I'm looking at the wick on these candles. LUMN, wick, Qualcomm, wick. All this is telling me is that I can wait a little bit on these. NVIDIA, wick at the high. Apache, Corteva. Corteva, you remember Corteva, we've traded this one before. Corteva. CTVA. CTVA. The company provides agriculture products and supplies, germplasm. It sounds like GMO to me. For corn, soybean, and sunflower seeds. All right, earnings are out of the way. Let's see, earnings. Fuel cell on the move. Don't chase. Fuel cell, let's take a look at it. Fuel cell, all right, so a little pop, but quickly getting sold. You have to have patience not to chase things. This could still pull back a little bit. It did pull back towards the 9 EMA yesterday. Maybe fuel cell continues. This was an entry over here. The day it closed at 655 right there. I got assigned shares. It was 5 cents in the money. I had the 650 call. So I had 500 shares assigned to me. And over the following few weeks, this has really done quite well. I bought the calls lower. So it turned out to be a good trade. All right. So it held these levels around the 50-day. Again, markdown, base, accumulation, no longer pushing lower, no longer staying below the 921 and 50-day, moving above and continues higher. So this is still very bullish. Watch SPY here. XLK, what's APPS doing? I want to keep an eye on APPS. Okay. All right, let's see. All right, so it's still pushing a bit lower, APPS. All right, so that's pushing lower. Sector-wise, the strongest sector is semiconductors. No kidding. So let's go take a look at semis. All right, so you want to focus on the sector that's working the best. Once the Qs do bounce, these should continue. All right, so semis. All right, so look at ADI. I know Grover was trading ASML yesterday. ASML, pretty chart. I like ASML better than Nvidia and AMD only because of where it is relative to all-time 52-week highs. All right, so this is trending 921. It's doing what the others are doing. It's just not at the highs. AMD breaking out, so we know that's in favor, in play, and Nvidia breaking out. So we can trade other semis. Semis are the stronger sector today, so that's what I'd be focused on. Let's take a look at these and see what looks the best. All right, ASML, ADI. Okay, let me change the chart style here. I already can see that I need to change the chart style. Let me do that real quick to a default where I have ATR. Okay, so now I can look at these. All right. I'm very interested in what they're doing relative to ATR. Look at ADI. It's got a $3.60 ATR. It's up 86 cents, 80 cents. So ADI is probably your best bet so far. ADI was something I'd be watching. They bought at the low of the day, ADI. Okay, all right, but I wouldn't want to buy it right this minute because it looks like it could dip a little bit with the indices. So that I would write that down. ADI on any dip, back to VWAP. VWAP looks kind of flat right now. All right, so I hope this this workflow that I'm going through makes sense. All right, so over here, price action after 10:30 started to move away from VWAP. This was a good day. Today we're very quickly on the dip getting bought, relative volume. We need to see this pick up some more. Okay, I see Robert talking about Northrop Grumman. Okay, Northrop and the all right, so these are good. Look at Northrop. Now think of Northrop the way we looked at Nike. Remember Nike down at the 200-day? What happened at the 200-day? If you're still in Nike, you're at the highs. Nike, 5 weeks later, 145 to 175. Plus 30 points. $200-day, 145 to 175. If you're still in it. Doing nothing stupid, so no reason to sell it. I was watching the Chicago Bulls playing the Detroit Pistons back when Jordan just started. They lost the first two seasons, and then they finally won the season where Jordan really came into his own, and Pippen and the rest of the group. Man, that was great stuff. So anyway, I was thinking Nike. Look at the volume yesterday. What would be categorized as something stupid? Well, something stupid would be a gap down or a big red day or anything like that. So far, Nike's just saying, see you guys in end of November. RSI is now showing muscle like it did over here. Look at where it started creating muscle over here. It looks like a bicep and profile. A lot of people will look at this as a sell signal. That's not a sell signal. This is telling you strength of trend. Strength of trend. Whenever this shows muscle, that means stick with it until you get a sell signal. The sell signal is when it drops below 70. And even then, it stopped before it got to the 21 day, and buyers kept showing up, and muscle showed up again. All right, so until it does something stupid, a big red day in volume or something like that, Nike continuation. All right, so we're talking about semiconductors. Those are in play today. Looks like ADI is going to keep going. ADI. All right, I'm watching that. I don't want to buy right here, but it looks good. All right. All right, SPY's starting to bounce. SPY's bouncing. Watch your re-entries. All right. NVIDIA's still going. All right, looks like ADI is going to keep going, all right? With the indices. All right, looks like it's going to keep going with the indices here. ADI. So that's number one. Number two, Applied Materials breaking out 52-week highs. Look at the volume. Applied Materials. All right, it's for the last 7 trading days, 7 days. Applied Materials has seen volume right up against the top. Let's go take a look at the point and figure chart for Applied Material. Point and figure. All right, so point and figure, X's are buying, O's are selling. Point and figure tells you a lot. You don't have to get caught up in the chart. Okay, so you got a point and figure buy signal on Applied Material. Point and figure buy signal. These X's, 146 box filled. Applied Materials is probably going to keep going. All right, AMAT. For good measure, please don't buy every single thing I'm pointing out right now, unless you got really, really deep pockets. And even then, I wouldn't. Right now, I'm trying to focus on what's going to be next for next week. All right, Applied Materials it has earnings in 14 days. Applied Materials. All right, point and figure buy signal. It does have earnings in 14 days. All right, so Applied Materials. All right, so let's keep an eye on Applied Materials. AMD, forget about it. It's gone. ASML, that's one Grover likes. I like it too. Let's look at ASML. Point and figure. ASML point and figure tells you a lot about a chart when you start seeing all these X's on the push higher. All right, so when it got above 815 and filled 820, that was a point and figure buy signal on a double top right there at 815. Now it keeps moving. It's still on a buy signal and climbing. All right, so ASML looks really good. And the volume looks good. AVGO, Broadcom breaking out the new highs. You see what's going on? Well, okay, we get the markets pulling back now. SPY and the Qs pulling back a bit. All right, looking for a follow through though. Brooks Automation. Don't buy anything at the high of the day, you know. With the markets not bouncing yet. And Seago, these guys, if you remember, a lot of you have traded this before. They manufacture the 5G RF chips that go into many of the cell phones. Proprietary and patented. Intel. All right, so Intel probably gets back to 51. Volume shows institutions were picking up shares. KLAC at highs. LRCX clearing the 50-day. M-chip a little extended. Micron breaking trend. So Micron's probably going to give you a good bang for your buck. I'd probably be trading shares on Micron. Micron had earnings September 28th. They beat by 124%. Looks like Micron is about to break trend. If it gets above the 50-day, Micron is a go. Micron's a go. Once it stays above the 50-day, it beat by 124%. Last time around, September 28th. The previous year, August 20th, they reported $1.08. This time they reported $2.42 for a beat of 36 cents, 124% beat. Just waiting for it to turn the corner. For 2022, they're projecting $8.75 in earnings per share. 2022, $8.75. This year, $6.06. So a $2.70 increase for next year, Micron. And you're buying it at the low. That's a pretty good proposition. Let me look at Micron. Once the markets do bounce, Micron's probably going to be a good trade. Still pulling back though. Micron's still fading. Micron needs to get above the 50-day. Once it closes above the 50-day, all right. All right, so right now as the markets are pulling back, I'm just looking at stocks that I'm be interested in buying. Okay, so most of the chips look good. Let's go take a look at the watch list for the week. All right, so we know Macy's was on the watch list among others in the retail group. Okay, so NVIDIA from the watch list. CyberArk, which reported earnings, that's up almost 7% right now. Laureate Education, that was on the list, the extended list, that's up 6%. Vonage was on the list, it's up 4%. And you can see over here, Zebra Tech, they're up 2.6%. Cloudflare is up another 2.4%. That's from previous watch list. Cloudflare, nice tight pattern, looking like it's just going to keep trending. Okay. Tesla. Rob was cracking me up this morning in the YouTube trading room. I was talking to him pre-market before the open, before I went live, and we were chatting back and forth, and he's saying, "Oh man, I wish I had more Tesla." How much do you have? 1,200 shares. Oh, that's too bad. You only have 1,200 shares of Tesla, and it's up 25. And it's up 25 points. Only 1,200 shares, Rob. You crack me up, man. Joe Pesci's famous. I'm not famous. I don't want to be famous. I don't want people poking into my business. You know? I'm very happy trading every day for a living and sharing thoughts with you and, discussing what's going on in your rabbit ears here, quote unquote, your trading room. All right, it's not my trading room. Yeah, I provide the resource, I pay the bills, but it's your trading room. You guys and ladies are awesome. The things I see you trading. I remember the first time I saw GTO. I don't know if you guys remember this, but GTO went on T3 Live. He was on with Scott Redler. He looked so uncomfortable. Great guy, Ron Roll, good mentor. Used to be Johnny Day Trader Rockstar's partner, and he went off on his own. He's since doing his own thing. I think he bought lots of real estate and he manages his own properties. SPY's still pulling back. So I'm looking for a dip to enter on SPY, by the way. All right, so you should have booked a lot of profits already, and now you're just waiting for the markets to bounce to get back into things. Walmart's at the high of the day. All right, stock's pulling back a bit. ADI is going to give you a better entry. ABCD pattern, probably. True Car is on the move. True Car. TRUE is on the move. BKKT, every time this thing pops up, it gets sold off. All right, so this is what I'm looking for on UWM and IWM. Looking for a little pullback to add to my position. Okay, so a little pullback. This is still very bullish. Don't lose sight of the fact that this is a 10-month breakout. This is month number 10 on the breakout. Looking for the follow through. Okay, so if you go out enough time, actually, if we go to IWM, I'll come back to the watch list in a minute. IWM, while we're waiting for the markets to bounce. While we're waiting for the markets to bounce. Okay, here's IWM. All right, so it rallied 150% from that low right there up to the highs. And then we went sideways for 9 months. The 10th month, November, we broke higher out of this consolidation. So I'm looking for this to continue higher, although it's off a little bit right now. I want to buy the dip. VIX is popping up to the highs. So we got to wait for VIX to reverse to give us a buy signal. Right now we got a sell signal on the indices. Hopefully nobody's in it right now. SPY. Looking for the dip to get bought. Okay, so we'll just wait. The market's going to bounce. We're right back to the morning low. So if we're going to bounce, this will be the area I'm looking for. All right, I'm looking for a bounce right here on SPY. I'm looking for a bounce. Almost never do I take puts down here at the low. I would take them up at 467. I didn't do anything with SPY. I'm looking for a potential entry. VIX is at the highs. This is setting up a nice trade right here. Most people would be selling into this dip out of fear, not knowing what the call wall is telling you. VWAP is flat, so this looks like the bottom of the range for today. SPY, let's keep an eye on SPY. So if we're going to bounce, we'll see it. We'll see it first. Okay, if we're going to bounce, we'll see it first. All right, so you got a flat VWAP. We had a nice run up after the Fed yesterday. giving back about 382, I'd say. You're looking at this, Lee Star is probably looking at it. Probably looking at fibs right now. Okay, so if you take yesterday's low before the run-up, okay, and you push this forward, all right, so 236 is on here, right? 236 is right there. Okay, so the low from yesterday, right after the Fed, okay, and where's VWAP? VWAP is right there. We're looking for a flat VWAP. So I'm looking for it to stay at least above 382 to tell us this is a strong trend. Watch our RSI. RSI gets down below 30. This will be a perfect setup. I don't think it's going to happen. Looks like we're going to bounce right here, SPY. You could try to scale in Friday's calls. I would probably take Friday's calls. You could try to scale in here and see what you can get out of this. I would wait a little bit longer. Maybe we get down to RSI oversold and a 382 and the opening yesterday's close. Okay, watching that. Let's keep an eye on SPY. This might be a nice trade setup. All right, so far, not so much. Okay, watching VIX. VIX makes a big difference in the strategy. If VIX continues to push higher, look for the next level. Next level would be down here, 382 to 50%. So that's where I'm looking for a bounce in this area. Okay.
Go also dipping on that 5G delay news. Golf Oscar.
So this is where I'm looking for a bounce in this area.
Go Health mentioned as a new.
And I'm looking for RSI down here. All right, you know what? Let me overlay VIX. Overlay VIX, that'll be nice. Price. All right, VIX. And behind price, that way we'll see it. Okay, see VIX right there? Okay, so VIX is still pushing higher. So watch these two. If they start moving away from each other, okay? If they start moving away from each other, that's your signal. I wish RSI was down here. That would be perfect. All right, we're watching this right here. All right, watching VIX. These two, let me make this very obvious. Let's see, make that color, make the color red. And make it dotted. Dots. Dot, 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 dot. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't look good. Dashed thin is good. All right, watching this right here. It's about to give us a signal. All right, you see RSI up at the top. There's VIX right there. Looking for these two to move away from each other. It's still moving lower. Still moving lower. No signal yet. Okay. All right, SPY and the Q's pulling back after a massive run yesterday. Hopefully you took a lot of profits in the strength and you didn't take any too many new positions. So you'll probably get better entries now on the pullback. All right, Apple pulled back. NVIDIA is strong. Microsoft is strong. Netflix at the low. All right, FedEx looks like it's going to bounce. It might be a re-entry on FedEx. All right, watch the VIX here. VIX. All right, so we're starting to reverse here. Good entry for SPY. Stop underneath. Stop underneath right there. SPY. Shit, I didn't. My order went away. Why did it do that? All right. All right, I'm going to buy some SPY calls here. Probably the 40 delta. That's the 466 call right there. All right, see VIX. Look at VIX drop off. You see that? All right.
U.S. Says OPEC Plus seems unwilling to use capacity at key moment. U.S. reiterates it will use full range of tools, will consider full range of tools on energy.
All right, watching for a follow through. The 30 or the 40 delta call. The 40 delta is 466. That's $1 and change. 30 delta is 70 cents, 69 cents. All right, VIX needs to continue dropping off here.
GOCO Go Health getting a comp here to the highs, $5.84 on that ZEX.
Okay, so that looks good. All right, let me move this up a little bit.
That's Golf Oscar Charlie Oscar GOCO.
Okay. All right. All right, so your stop is right below this. So if SPY drops off, your stop is right below that. All right. If you look at the pre-market action, this is where a lot of the trading took place this morning. If you look at pre-market, let me see if I can do that real quick. Let me turn on extended hours here. See how that affects everything. All right, see here? See all that pre-market action right in here? We're right back down to that pre-market action. And RSI is oversold. See RSI down there? Now, it's not a guarantee, but it is a pretty good setup with a stop underneath. Okay, so far so good. All right, looks good. All right, so could be a bear flag here. All right, so be aware this could be a bear flag. SPY potential bear flag. All right, starting to see more people come in now. It's like that party that I talk about. You go to that high school or middle school dance. You know, you're shy. You know, you're just not into your own yet. Maybe you, whatever. You know, you wait for the football players or the basketball players or whatever's hot in your school. Lacrosse players, whatever you're. You know, if you're one of those smart schools like Pope John over in Sparta, maybe you're into the lacrosse boys. You know. Yeah, you see the captain of the lacrosse team go and ask his girlfriend to dance, and everybody gets into the dance. Well, that's what I'm waiting for right now with SPY. Still not quite there yet. So could notice we are below VWAP, so there's a possibility that we get rejected. So I'm waiting for that the break higher to indicate that this trade might work. All right, watch VIX here. VIX is still making higher highs and higher lows. All right, watching this here. VIX is VWAP is overhead, so that's resistance right now. And we're trying to hold this as support. Tesla, hey Roy, haven't seen you in a while. You must be busy, huh? Developing properties? Um, Tesla, higher low on Tesla. Watch higher low on Tesla. Caterpillar bouncing. So I see a lot of dips getting bought. All right, that's a good sign. A lot of dips getting bought. All right, I got to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back. Watch your stops here underneath this area on SPY. All right, we're looking better. Looking better. Volume's coming in. We got more blocks.
CHWY Chewy shares hitting the highs of the day, 77.30, seeing activity in the November 5th $80 call sweep. That's Charlie Hotel Whiskey Yankee CHWY. shows Tedros says emergency use listing of broad biotech's Covaxin COVID contributes to vaccine equity.
All right, so it looks like this isn't going to work unless VIX drops off right here. Watching VIX very closely on the 1 minute chart. SPY, digital turbine didn't set up. It's still moving lower. Caterpillar, nice buying off the low of the day. Caterpillar. All right, I'm going to look at Caterpillar on a different chart. Caterpillar, let me take a look at this. Caterpillar, I know, Dow, you like John Deere. John Deere. Yeah, it's too that chart's too messy. Those charts are too messy. All right, so we're pushing a little bit higher now. Watch VIX for the drop off here. Watch VIX. All right, so looking good. See how RSI is bouncing here? Okay, so looking better. Looking better. Damn it, Janet. Damn it, I just updated this. All right, so that's good. All right. All right, looking good. So far, SPY is working. If you took calls, you got to stop underneath this area and the 382. VIX is trailing off a little more. We'd like to see VIX drop really hard. Open, you're looking at open. Okay, let me check that out, Bobby. OPEN. Open Door Technologies. Nice reversal. A little selling at the high. Looking for an ABCD pattern. All right, pulling back to VWAP. All right, I like to pull back the VWAP. Sava, Sava, Cassava, Cassava. I like it, Frank. I like the idea. All right. 90 call. That's a 50 delta, 53 delta. The 19th. What are you looking at? Friday? You looking at Friday's calls? The 90s are, that's a 44 delta and 595 average. All right, SPY. VIX is hanging in there. Remember, the call wall shifted higher, so are they going to buy the dip? We sure hope so. Yeah, you should play at night, Frano.
YTEN, yield 10 Bioscience popping to the high, $7.24.
All right, SPY is looking like a bear flag right now. Looking like a bear flag.
Up about 17% at the high.
VIX is starting to move higher, so
That's
if you
Yankee
took this
Candle.
trade, get ready to take it off. If VIX starts to spike, we might be looking for a lower level first. Come on, VIX, drop off. All right, so you see what I'm looking at there? There's VIX right there. Here's SPY. There's VWAP. VWAP's flattening out now, so I'm thinking that we could see get back near VWAP or the highs, just chop around the rest of the day or do nothing. That's possible too. ADI bounced at VWAP. ADI semiconductors are still fairly strong. Tick cumulative is still making higher highs and higher lows. Fast signal did drop below the signal line. We're trading 2-to-1 down volume now, so it looks like a little profit taking. VIX pushing a bit higher. SPY pulling back some more. VIX pushing a bit higher. What time is it? 12 o'clock. Looking for a higher low. Looking for a higher low. 1150. Looking for a higher low. SPY looking for VIX to roll over.
DMLP, Dorchester Minerals, reporting 49 cents per common unit versus 16% year over year. Revenues 23.969 million versus 12.545 million year over year. That's Delta Michael Lima Papa DMLP.
Walmart continues to press the highs.
BOD, Vodafone, hearing Beta Bill mentioning takeover rumors. Victor Oscar Delta. BOD, Vodafone getting a pop on some volume.
Vonage saw some action yesterday too. Vonage, VG, Vodafone is something going on with Vodafone. Vodafone, Vonage, VG, VG, nice little pop there. Vodafone, VOD, that's at the lows. I'm not interested in that. All right, let's go see what is strong. Qualcomm, 7 times relative volume. Sava is 5 times RVOL. iBio is a penny stock now. It's below $1. Calon Petroleum, CPE. I'm just looking at a different screen. Calon, CPE. Nikola, big gap up on Nikola. Nikola is showing 3.4 times regular volume. NVIDIA is 3.2. Fastly, FSLY, some of you trading Fastly. Nice gap, fade. Let's see. Triple D Systems, I think Astro, you mentioned that one the other day. Triple D, fade. A lot of fades. Infineon, INFN. Infineon, gap and fade. Airbnb with 2.8 RVOL. Doji, looking like it's trying to break out. Annie, Sphere 3D, Annie, ANY, sitting on the 50 day. Maybe get something going. It's trading 2.8 RVOL. Builders, a lot of times when we see the stocks that haven't moved and there's a lot of relative volume like any, that usually precedes a move. Okay, look at the volume today. Not something a lot of people will watch. It's a $6 stock. But a lot of times we'll see that kind of action. That happened with Lucid. Remember Lucid before the breakout? Lucid right here. The day before it took this big move. Lucid was trading something like 10 times relative volume. I looked at it and I said, nah, it's trading right here at resistance. The next day, boom, took off to the upside. All right, Lucid's trying to continue higher. All right. So looking for a higher low. Looking for VIX to drop off, lower high on the 1 minute. All right, starting to gear up. NVIDIA is beautiful. It's a beautiful thing, NVIDIA. And it's still going. There it goes, breaking out, NVIDIA. Another breakout on NVIDIA. Netflix still pulling back. Microsoft looks like it's just going to keep going. All right. Ocugen, that one really fizzled, right? Ocugen. Wow. All right, VIX is starting to show signs of a lower high. Now we need a lower low below 1550. Apache, a lot of the energy stocks were trading earlier this morning. They dipped with the indices, starting to bounce again. Apache looks good. A ABCD pattern on Apache probably keeps going. What is the number 2 sector? Semis were number 1. Energy is in the middle of the list. It's up 10 cents. 0.1%. Energy, not the leading sector, but Apache looks interesting. It's trading 2.2 R-vol. Apache, it's in an ABCD pattern right here. It looks like it's going to go right now. Apache ABCD pattern.
NRDS, another circuit breaker.
All right, go SPY. SPY is starting to move now. All right, so look at VIX drop off, moving away from each other. There goes SPY above VWAP. All right, going to stop a lot of shorts out. So it looks like the shorts lose and the bears win.
VOD, Vodafone, shares continuing to spike here. $15.13 now on that takeover talk. That's Victor Oscar Delta. VOD.
All right, so we're flipping back above VWAP. So the bulls win. Benefit of the doubt goes with the bulls today, given yesterday's Fed decision.
MYNZ, Maine's Biomed, on some calendars for an IPO today has been postponed until tomorrow, Friday. That's Michael Yankee, November Zulu.
F22, man, that guy's low. Wow, what the hell are these guys doing?
Letter F, Ford CFO sees supply constraints continuing through 2022. Says we'll be dealing with this for a while. That's letter F, Ford.
All right, looking good. SPY following through.
XRTX halted on a circuit breaker. X-ray Romeo Tango X-ray, $3.64. XRTX.
Okay, nice follow through. You got a profit now.
ZIP ZipRecruiter launches integration with Worthy by Citi to provide job seekers with access to resources needed for a
Okay, nice trade on SPY so far. A nice gain there. Maybe take some profits off into this little pop. It doesn't look like it's going to last very long. All right, can it follow through? VIX, if it drops off. All right, watching Lockheed Martin. cool. That's a jet. That's a regular jet. Come on, VIX, drop off. Drop off already. The NASDAQ futures look a little better. The cumulative is still on a crossover. It looks like it could turn back up though. I would think they're going to still buy the dip. 470 is a good ways away. 470 is a pretty good ways away. All right, Apache going. Apache, nice setup. Apache, nice setup. The 30 call is a 44 delta. All right, so Apache a few minutes ago was a good setup. ABCD pattern. Trading 2.4 RVOL. Looking for the follow through.
NRDS, NerdWallet shares currently halted $30.33 off the highs now. After opening earlier, IPO, NRDS.
All right, SPY. SPY flagging. VIX is flagging.
Zordix Therapeutics resumes trade now. X-ray Romeo Tango X-ray, XRTX.
Chinese stocks are down. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a while. Working hard? Yeah, I haven't liked Chinese stocks for 6 months or more. As soon as the Chinese regulators came in and started smashing the education stocks, that just cascaded into other names. Too much headline risk. There's enough things for us to concern ourselves about without worrying about what the Chinese regulators are going to do. It's fine that they want their stocks listed on their exchange. I'm okay with that. I have no problem. But a lot of people had bought into the idea that, you know, that kind of thing was sort of in the past. You know, yeah, it is what it is. So I'd prefer not to trade it, Chinese stocks.
FB, Facebook, Bloomberg reporting Facebook testing ability for admins to create paid subgroups.
Looks like Truist Securities upgraded its Apache position from
Meta
hold
introducing new ways
to
for
buy
users
and
to
its price
monetize
target from
Facebook.
29 to 45.
That's Foxtrot Bravo FB.
All right, SPY, come on. We're going to keep going or what?
NRDS resuming now after a circuit breaker halt. November Romeo Delta Sandy.
All right, futures are trying to show us a follow through. Right now, it just feels like we're just going to sit here. It's lunchtime. Let me go ahead and tune in to these guys and see what they're doing. Thank you, Rob, for the LMT.
You want to own these in the first quarter and throughout. They attribute out of the 150 million or 135 million in mobile phones, they attribute just about, I would say, all of 15 million, I believe is what they said in the call last night, to supply chain. 15 million is demand from Asia, and we know about that. It's slowness in China, etc. So to me, it's a solid stock, solid holding. It shouldn't be down as much because it was so well advertised when you had the Apple news, but it is. So again, I'm going to wait to add on that. I just don't see any rush to add in this market. It just seems to be really shooting the stocks that underperform. But it'll bounce. I mean, look at XPO Logistics. It's having a nice bounce today. And, FedEx, I mean, that's well off the bottom.
Okay.
So it just takes a little time.
All right. I appreciate you calling in. I know our viewers wanted to hear from you today. And we do appreciate you calling in. We'll talk to you soon. We'll see you back on the desk. That's Steve Weiss. Then there is Qualcomm. It is soaring after a beat and raise. Let's bring in, who else? Farmer Jim Leventhal.
All right, so you should have raised your stop already on SPY.
Kramer this morning said this is a company that's very smart, that the street got very wrong. Up $15 is not enough, and apparently the market listened.
Note RSI is climbing.
More than that now, Jim.
Yeah, and the market did get it wrong. So let me lead with the punchline. This stock's going to 200 and above. And I think it will be there within 6 months. Frankly, Scott, it might get there before the end of the year. What Jimmy said is right. It just never deserved to be down at 120, 125, and it shouldn't be at 155. We're looking at earnings for this fiscal year, which has already started, above $10, above $11 for next year. You look at the growth rate in earnings. You look at the operating leverage that this company is generating. You look at the diversification of the business, and I'm going to tell you this deserves a 20 times multiple easily. So, 20 times $10 plus for this year, it'll be above $200. And I'm not going to rule out that it happens by the end of the year, but I will put a 6-month target in front of that, 33% return. Earlier this year, Scott, when it was in the 120s, it was all on the supply chain issues. You and I have been talking about this. The market gets it wrong from time to time, and it was getting it wrong earlier this year because the supply chain issues were temporary, and they're already over. What you've got now is 5G is rolling out rapidly, and the company's got 40% of its business that isn't handsets. It's Internet of Things. It's automotive applications, for which they just bought this company Veoneer, which frankly looks genius. So I'm gonna summarize by saying this. I know when I sound breathless about a stock, and that can be dangerous, but I'm telling you, there are nothing but reasons to be breathless when you read the report from last night. Nothing but reasons to be breathless.
Yeah. You first purchased Qualcomm in March of 2020 at around 76, but you say your average price of buying more is about $125, right? Just to get everybody on the same page who's playing at home as to what sort of prices we're talking about.
Right. So average price of $90 for my long-standing clients and myself. And, there's one thing, and this actually pertains to my buddy Steve, who's having a lousy day. There's one aspect of investing that you always hear me talk about, which is be patient. Things didn't look so good during the summer, right? You and I had some funny moments. You cracked me up once. You really cracked me up when NVIDIA split, and I said that's why it's going up, and you said, well, maybe Qualcomm should split. Actually, it was hilarious. It had me laugh out loud on the show. There are lousy moments in investing, and if you know your companies and you can be patient because they have the cash flows, then you got to stick it out. Patience is the biggest virtue of an investor.
All right. If that cracks you up so much, you need to get out more, Farmer Jim. That's all I'm saying.
You delivered it well, Scott. You delivered it well.
I appreciate it. All right, Jim, I appreciate seeing you as well.
All right, VIX, looking for VIX to roll over here.
Jay, I go to you. What do you see from an option standpoint with Qualcomm?
They were buying November
VIX looking for it to
$24
drop off
for
here.
those calls. Obviously, a huge winner. I think they must have been listening to you and Jim talking about Qualcomm because this was a recent purchase and they're right and boom to the upside. So those calls are now $24.
All right, futures looking very strong here.
That's a heck of a return
FANG
on
stocks are probably doing well.
investment. So yes,
Nice
thanks.
reversal on Apple, pushing higher.
On that trade, 700%, Scott. Wow. I'm happy for Jim. I'm
NVIDIA,
happy for
oh my
everybody
God.
who's in Qualcomm.
NVIDIA is just ridiculous now.
Must be happy too, Josh Brown, for people who are in NVIDIA. I'm looking at it right now. A monster. The stock is a monster. It's pushing on 300 bucks, up more than 12% right now, Josh Brown.
It's up the same amount as Qualcomm, and they didn't even have to report earnings, so that's cool. I run out of superlatives for the NVIDIA story. A big price target upgrade, it looks like this morning. Wells Fargo talking about 320. Market cap is now 740 billion. To me, like all the talk about metaverse and whatever, you can't render any of the graphics required to live this fake second life you're so excited about if you don't have GPUs from NVIDIA. Like, that's the bottom line. And I've been talking about this for 5 years before Zuckerberg, and I really do believe this has a shot. I know it's a stretch right this minute, but it has a shot at some point in the 2020s truly joining the FANG names at a possible $1 trillion market cap. Of course, a lot can go wrong too. So I say that with all humility, but I really believe that when you look at the markets they're in and the dominance they have in these markets, like it's one of these names that really could be there at some point. So I'm really excited about it, and I stick with it. I recognize not every day is going to be as good as today. I could take the downs with the ups too.
It makes me, Jenny, want to talk about tech in general coming off of the Fed decision yesterday and the fact that yet again we have the NAS and the NASDAQ 100 setting new record highs. And you have, your tech exposure I would characterize as mostly value tech or, old tech, or however you want to really characterize that, into IBM and Cisco. Frankly, I'm surprised. It's Intel. Surprised you don't own Qualcomm. It seems to be your wheelhouse too, that the kind of name that you would. What's your view here on the back of these conversations we've had about some pretty high-flying names?
I think it's kind of in the same way that I think of FANG, which is it's time to stop painting them all as one. So in our old school boring tech, whatever you want to call it, we own AMAT, Cisco, Palo Alto, Teradyne. We also own IBM, Intel, VMware, Taiwan Semi. So some of those are up 65, 40, 30%. Some of them are up 1, 4, and 12%. I think it's really important to look at each individual company on its own merits, not try to lump them together, because I'm not sure we're in an environment where you can lump or broad brush paint the way we have been able to. I think it really is a stock picker's market. One quick note, I used to own Qualcomm and I loved it and it killed me to sell it, but that gets into the sell discipline too. I had bought it on the announcement of Brexit at like $53 a share and then sold it just about a year ago at 128. So, I had to sell it. It didn't make the dividend hurdle anymore. It became too expensive for what I needed it to work for. I sold it and repurposed it. But I have been envious of Jim today, particularly seeing the investment thesis continue to play out and work. I think that the value tech, if that's what we want to call it, I think it will work better than the really hot tech, the DocuSigns, the Pelotons, the Pinterest, the Etsy's. I think it'll work better on average in the year going forward because there's just a lot of cash flow and value there. And like I keep saying, I think it's going to be harder to make money. And when it's harder to make money, cash flow starts to count a lot more.
Walmart is still running here. I'd be surprised if John doesn't mention Walmart today. Or is it Pete? Pete that likes it, I think.
The Fed's going to have to raise rates next year multiple times as to why he thinks some of the names like Apple are dramatically overpriced, and it remains to be seen what happens on that front. Rob Sechin, where do you currently stand on the issue of owning technology stocks?
Yeah, I tend to be in Jenny's camp. Overweight quality tech. Scott, how do we define that? Our names, our largest holding is Microsoft. Another large holding is Google. They tend to be service driven rather than hard parts, and they're less
less geared to inflation mishaps and supply disruptions. So, our view is that priced right, long-term growth characteristics where they're building an enormous amount of book equity, that these type of companies are going to do well. And how can you be bullish about the market? And we think, after the Fed yesterday, we're in this kind of melt-up scenario for a little bit. It's kind of as David Tepper talked about on the show. If rates stay tethered, you can get this kind of an environment.
All right, watching SPY. It's above VWAP.
I know, but how can you be bullish?
So far, it looks like a lower high and a higher low.
Market cap basis without still being constructive on these names. There's going to be volatility around rates. There's going to be volatility around regulation, but that's part of what you get owning these sectors.
I mean, it's what we've talked about. It's sort of GARP versus GAP, being growth at a reasonable price versus growth at any price, and the stocks that may be more volatile in an environment where interest rates could continue to rise. Well, on that note, let's bring in Jonathan Krinsky now. He's the chief market technician at Baycrest. He has a new call today that I think a lot of you are going to find interesting. It's be careful chasing the NASDAQ here. He thinks we're close to a peak, at least in the short term. Why do you think that, JK?
Hey, Scott. Well, we should note that we were just on with you a couple days ago talking about the breakout in small caps and the potential for year-end strength in biotech, and we still think that's the case. So we don't want to, make this as a big, broad market call, but I think specifically when it comes to the Nasdaq 100, we're at a point where the risk reward is extremely poor, and we think you're going to get a better entry point. And just a couple of the things we're looking at. You can look at the spread of the Nasdaq to its 20-day moving average. It's about 5.5%. That's really the widest it's been in the last year. The only other time it was around that was in April, and we did see a bit of a sideways to down, about 8% pullback back in April. We're also up 9 days in a row, 15 or less 17 days, and we're up about 11% over that stretch. That's the biggest 16-day gain into a new high that we've seen since September of 2020. If you remember, September 2020 was kind of that little blow off in the Nasdaq. So we think this sets up for that rotation that a lot of people have been looking for, including ourselves, into some of the other areas of the market, i.e. small caps. And we think small caps can actually go higher even as Nasdaq goes lower. We saw that earlier this year in February and March.
I hear you, but look, you cite the winning streak as a possible negative. Maybe it's a little tired. I would come back to you and say, why get in front of the momentum like that, right? Because if you've got such a freight train going forward, why get in front of that? And look at what the 10-year is doing today. The market seems to be digesting very, very well what Powell and company, Jay Powell, the Fed chair, had to say yesterday. Isn't that a reason that tells you specifically, and the price action in the NASDAQ today tells you to stay with tech?
Yeah, I mean, and again, we've talked about this in the show a lot. A lot of it comes down to time frame and what you're doing. It doesn't mean you have to, go out and short the NASDAQ. But I think if you look at certain names, you guys have been talking about NVIDIA. NVIDIA is about 33% above its 50-day. That's about the widest it's ever been. And so the question is, here and now, is this a spot where you want to be putting a lot of new capital into a name like that? And we would say no. We would say you're going to get a better entry point in the days and weeks ahead. You can also look at sentiment and certain indicators, certain surveys are about heading back towards the most optimistic levels we've seen in quite some time. So I think when you put it all together, I get it. It's hard to stand in front of this momentum, but we just think we've seen this before, and you tend to get pullback or consolidation from these type of.
I would agree. I'm looking for a pullback. We're up 16 days.
Or a counterpoint to Mr. Krinsky?
No, I have a question. Hey, Jonathan, how are you? So I know this is a little bit far afield from technicals, but surely you guys must be tracking this data. At a certain point, there's just too much inventory of stock, right? But it's like inconceivable that we haven't gotten there yet. So this year, we've seen companies, this is like as of last week, raise $165 billion in
All right, VIX moving higher.
IPOs. That's 60% higher in the number of deals from last year, and it's it's a double in dollar terms over the amount of money that was raised. So we have like, I don't know, like 500 new stocks or more, depending if you count SPACs in the last 18 months. And it almost feels like it's accelerating. We're going to see this Rivian deal come out. Somebody's got to find $60 billion somewhere because that's where it's coming. And that's just one of several that I could go down the list that we should see between now and the end of the year. Is that the real concern here, that we have just such an overheated large cap tech and consumer discretionary trade?
All right, VIX is popping here. VIX is popping.
More and more and more supply coming, and at a certain point, we run out of money to put into all this stuff.
All right, so you're getting close to a stop if you raised it.
That's where you get that inflection point. Is that the way that you're thinking about how this ends? Because I don't see a fundamental reason for this to end. I really feel it's more of a market mechanics answer.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very valid point. The tough part about market cap weighted indices, and we've talked about this before, is in some ways the worse that breadth gets, the less it matters, in the sense that as these names, these mega cap names become a bigger part of the NDX and the SPX, the rest of the market matters less and less to those cap weighted indices. So that's kind of the paradox. I agree with your point. Big picture, that certainly is a concern. That can be how long-term bull markets end, but that's not the call we're making here. We're making more of a tactical call, and specifically with some of those NDX names. But I hear you loud and clear on that point.
Krinsky, I appreciate it very much. Add some more insight to our conversation today. We'll talk to you again soon. Jonathan Krinsky of Baycrest. So, Dr. J, I want to address this issue of the Tom Lee everything rally. All right, we're on the other side now of the Fed. As I said, the market has seemingly digested or is in the process of digesting that fairly well. I'm looking at the VIX today, which I know you follow closely. 15. Let's call it 15.
Yeah.
What does that tell us?
Well, yesterday and then today with the Bank of England, yesterday with our Fed, today with the Bank of England, Scott, it seems they're going to let inflation run a lot hotter. They're going to wait as much as they can over in England, and here we've already said that the taper.
All right, SPY, if you moved your stop up, you're either close to it or just getting stopped out. VIX is making a new high in the late morning session. Looking for a higher low in SPY. Looking for a higher low.
Not going hard one way or the other. For that reason, we see the 10-year coming down, and obviously the move over in Great Britain has something to do with that as well. But I think overall, you're right, and Tom Lee is right about the everything rally continuing. I mean, look at tech and the jumps that we're seeing across the board there. Some of the discretionary.
Look at everything, right? I mean, you mentioned discretionary, Doc. Let me just give you some numbers. I'll let you finish your thought. And forgive me, just because you mentioned it, I want to give context to it. This quarter, right? You talk about a broadening, the great breadth of a rally. Discretionary's up 15.
All right, it looks like we got puts being traded. Lee Star sharing with us. The 348 and the 350 puts. There's 21,500 of each of those. 348 put, 350 put.
As we see all of those numbers, Scott, we're seeing a little bit of an easing in energy today, and that'll definitely make people feel a little better. Of course,
That could be that that JP Morgan collar.
Month of October, it was just up. See it pulling back, and 81.
Looking for a higher low in SPY.
$90 certainly would be a lot better, but nonetheless, it's a question of how long does that pullback there take, or is it something that's just resting and then it gets back to another leap ahead? I hope it's not the leap ahead, because again, with the demand we've got, that'll just push prices of everything a lot higher.
Yeah, it's such a unique day.
Thanks, Rick, for that.
When you have the number of stocks we do moving double digits either up or down, and we have people on the program to talk about those positions for you. We're going to do it next. You see Lumen Technologies today? It's up big. There's Penn National Gaming. It's down big. Both are double.
All right, we got a higher low now on SPY. Can we get back above VWAP and take out 466.50? There's probably some shorts right there. Shorts have stops over 466.50 most likely. All right, so VIX needs to trail off pretty quick now. Okay, VIX is still hanging out at the highs, so no higher low yet anticipated on SPY. No higher low yet. Could be forming a triangle pattern. You see how price action is lower high, higher low. Unless we take out 465.30, VIX would continue higher at that point. You can see VIX starting to come up towards price. Okay, the dotted red line there, that's VIX. All right. Looked like the last candle was going to be a higher low. All right, you see what I'm looking at there? All right, let me show you what I'm looking at here. You probably got it. And make that this. Here is that downward leg and the upward leg, looking for a triangle pattern right around VWAP, tightening up.
Elon Musk tweeting, in the future, any Tesla you use will automatically sync to your preferences. That's PSLA. Responding to a report from Tesla. Tesla's cloud sync driver profiles to bring custom settings to automatic cars.
All right, so it looks like a triangle pattern for now. Need VIX to drop off dramatically from this point to give us a thrust back above that triangle and take out those stops that are most likely sitting right there just above 466.55, 75, somewhere around this zone right here. This is day 16, so we are stretching it a bit.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Sue Herrera. Here's your CNBC News update at this hour. A Russian national who helped compile alleged ties between the 2016 Trump...
Oh, please. What is it with CNBC and the politics? It drives me crazy. Stick to financials, guys. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Apache still hasn't broken out yet. Walmart still grinding higher. Walmart grinding higher.
Shares of Next Play Technologies getting a pop on that $1.54. That's November X-ray Tango Papa NXTP.
All right, SPY. All right, VIX is spiking pretty hard there. All right, so I'm still anticipating with this flat VWAP that we could just oscillate around in this area. Okay, so if you bought off the low here, raised your stop, you made a profit, look for the next trade. Yeah, either as a Batman, reverse Batman, or a flag. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a triangle too, except that my trend line is down there at that pivot, just below 398 on the Qs. All right, we got wicks underneath these candles. You see those wicks right there? Somebody's buying right there. Okay, VIX is at the high of the day. VIX needs to turn down. That red dotted line needs to turn down. And price needs to shoot back up to the upside. Right back up to the upside. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Dancing in the street. Philadelphia, New York City. Do, do, do. Mm-hmm. Do, do, do. All right. It's a little slow. I mean, yesterday was a bang out afternoon after the Fed came out. We had a huge rally. All right, SPY pulling back a little bit more. VIX is still uncontained. VIX still moving higher. Watch if it passes price action on this chart. Be watching this. All right, we had a really good day today, so you don't want to screw it up by going too crazy right now until the indices start to reverse. All right, Macy's is starting to reverse off the low here. All right, Jenny's back on. All right, with Jenny. What's Jenny's?
Revisited that analysis, kind of reassessed our conviction in it, and that's why I was comfortable giving it as a final trade last week. So it was pretty cool on this call to see them just continue to march along, execute on the strategy of unlocking fiber. But the best part of the call was that they actually said that they were really committed to the dollar dividend. I had thought that that might be trimmed after the investor day, and they committed to saying, like, no, we can totally pay the dollar dividend. That's safe, and we'll continue buying back shares as much as we can. So I came away really positive and kind of positively surprised.
I see that you're also buying
better than my usual.
I see that you're buying more of a couple of names that you already own. One being H&R Block.
So H&R Block last week traded down 6% for absolutely no reason. And this is another one where you just know your company really well, you can do the work, and you can say there's no reason this is down. So for new accounts where I leg in slowly and I say, hey, not everything's the best price on the day that the account funds, I added to H&R Block wherever there were new accounts who hadn't bought it yet. Then they announced earnings this week. They were terrific. The stock's up about 8% since. But I think the bigger point is here, this is the kind of market, you know, before when I said it's a stock picker's market,
All right, looking for a higher low at that trend line. And 236 Fibonacci.
And if you're careful and thoughtful, you can really pick things off. And there's a lot of opportunity to do that. So don't think, oh, it's just up, it's too late. Like, no, if you get smart, you can find a lot going on beneath the surface and take advantage of it.
Yeah, she's smart. Jenny's smart.
If we can, which is going to show a pretty nice move there, Jenny, as you were talking about it.
H&R Block, where you looked at it yesterday, if you remember. I was looking at Intuit, and I also looked at H&R Block, and I was a little surprised to see it down as much as it is. Look at that move on Tuesday, down at the 200 EMA. Beautiful.
Identical story to H&R Block. I added more to this
Nice one.
just for the accounts that didn't own it because everyone else
She's good. Jenny's good.
And you know, I wake up Monday, I come into the office, it's down 3%. I look through it, there's no reason, absolutely nothing going on. I can say, great, we've drifted down from 50 to 44 on absolutely nothing. I know how well this company is executing. I know that they're reporting tomorrow. I feel quite safe with them reporting. They reported on the 2nd. Added to it, sure enough, earnings come out great. They're collecting a ton of rents. They're trading at about 16 times FFO. They're pumping out the dividend income. Both H&R Block and Triple N have about 4.6% dividend yields. So again, you know, if you just know your portfolio and know when it trades down and it makes sense, you can add to it. It's just not as one note a market as I think sometimes it seems.
All right. Up next, Uber, Shake Shack, and Square all getting ready to report their earnings after the bell. We'll get you ready for those next on the half.
All right, so VIX looks like it's topping out a little bit. All right, the VIX is right here, starting to turn, the red line, starting to turn. SPY is at a trend line I put on there before it pulled back. VWAP is flat, so I'm looking for price action to tighten up around VWAP. Give us a direction in the afternoon session, perhaps. All right, so it looks good. All right, I'm going to stretch a little bit. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. I'm just taking this headset off and stretching a bit. Watching Macy's on the dip, might buy some Macy's down here. The 30, I have the 32 call. I rolled out. I had the 30, took a profit, rolled some out, banked some, and rolled some out to 32 for another week. Looking for Macy's to follow through. I'm here.
Talk about some of the earnings reports after the bell today. I want to start with Shake Shack, Josh. If for no other reason than someone on Twitter literally just asked me to ask you about your expectations going into the report. What do you tell them?
What's Twitter?
I mean, I'm sorry. Did I say Shake? Oh, never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Somebody asked you on Twitter?
Go
So
ahead.
I have to respond. All right. Shake Shack is down a lot, actually, from its highs of February. It got caught up in the whole meme stock mania, up into the low 100s, and ever since, it's had a pretty rough year. A lot of that is because of increased food costs, labor costs. I don't think that's going to be something that is resolved in the quarter that they're about to report or in their forward-looking guidance. So I think they're doing all the right things in terms of digitizing the business, marketing, introducing new products. But this one might still be in the penalty box with a lot of other QSRs and restaurant stocks just because of the overall environment. But I'm a ride or die here. I'm not objective at all. I love the company. I love the stock. I'm going to hold it no matter what.
I thought you were just going to say the black truffle burger and just drop the mic again. Did you ever have that, by the way?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yummy.
All right.
Of course I have.
Okay.
3 times a week.
Give me your take on Uber now.
So Uber benefited a little bit this week because of what Lyft had to say about ride sharing coming back. It's
Watch Fix here.
that ride sharing revenue eclipses food delivery revenue at Uber this quarter. Certainly for the fourth quarter, that should be the expectation. It's also possible the company will stick to its guidance of being cash flow positive, which they've been saying for 6 quarters now would happen in Q4 of this year. They've had some remarkable hurdles along the way. I think if they can do that, the stock should have some traction. So guidance is going to be more important than anything. One other thing that people will be watching for is the driver shortage and what the commentary is around that. Probably be the first question from the analysts. if it's not in the press release itself. So that's what I'm watching for. I'm long Uber. I believe in the platform and all of their services, and I think the stock will work.
Dr. J, give me Square. You have calls?
Yeah, and I'm hoping, Scott, that we see a lot of, the Cash App usage increase, the crypto side of their business, as well as the lending side. Because again, as I said yesterday, as rates are increasing, that lending side could become a bigger and bigger profit center for them. So Square holding those calls into earnings right now, Scott.
All right, we're taking a look at an IPO today as well. Home furnishings retailer Arhaus is dropping on its IPO debut. We'll follow that money. We'll do it next, down about 5% as we head to break. We'll see you in 2.
All right, I'm here. I'm just watching the charts and stretching, exercising a little bit, getting out of the chair. All right, looking for a direction out of this. Hold on a second.
The home furnishings retailer Arhaus is going public today. Our Leslie Picker following the money. For us, how should we be thinking about this? I'm sure they want people to think about it as RH.
Yeah, exactly. They want people to be thinking about this as RH. Unfortunately, if you look at today's trading, if you look
VIX trying to spike here, so you're at your highs. We could break out, could break down below this trend line. So
right now and chatting with the buy side, I'm told concerns
if it does, take some puts off,
supply chain bottlenecks are front and center here. If
and
you
then
try to order
we'll go from there.
internationally, guilty. You've seen this firsthand, and
so many of these, I mean, as you know better than most people, I mean, timing's everything.
Timing
Right?
is
For a variety
everything.
of factors, and in this case, it's no different for the reasons that you said.
Right. And you've seen so many IPOs go public this year. And I think investors are starting to get a little tired of this idea that these companies have done really well during a pandemic year. I mean, our house had top line growth of 59%. I mean, that is nothing to shy away from. The question, though, is what does this company look like as we kind of come out the other side of this, as we work through some of the housing issues that we've seen? Are they still poised to benefit, or are the bottlenecks, the supply chain issues, inflation, is all that going to kind of catch up with them?
Following the money as always, Leslie. Thank you. That's Leslie Picker. Stay with us. John has unusual activity coming up next.
Are you a veteran? Do you have a question for the Halftime Investment Committee? Email us a video with your name and rank. Ask halftime@cnbc.com.
All right, looking for VIX to roll over here.
Special show on Veterans Day. Thank you for your service.
All right, looking for a breakout of this triangle pattern. As I repeatedly mention, I know you guys must get tired of hearing me say it, but whenever you see a flat VWAP, look for price action to consolidate and hover around VWAP until you get another signal. Right now, the signal is VIX is at the highs. If it drops off, you can see it right here, the dashed red line. If that starts to move down and away from price, look for price to break out of this triangle pattern. We're on a flat VWAP. So when we see flat VWAP, we know that there's going to be very little momentum. In the back of my mind, I know 470 is the upper range, and that 45, 4600 are support levels, 4622, and a couple of higher ones. All right, just keeping an eye on this. AMD is at the high of the day. NVIDIA is ridiculous. Nice move on NVIDIA for those of you that are in it. Nice upgrade. I believe 320 is the target on the upgrade. Looks like it just keeps getting bought. All right, NVIDIA doing quite well. All right, VIX, need the VIX to drop off really, really hard now. VIX. The benefit of the Dow goes to the bulls, although we are a little bit extended on yesterday's rally. We know that they've lifted the ceiling. We lifted the ceiling from 4650 to 4700, so that gives us an additional range overhead. Tight range right now, so if we break down, I would be short. If we break out to the upside, I'd be long. Pretty straightforward.
We've had unusual upside call buying and forward as the stock has percolated from a couple weeks ago 16 level to 17, 18, 19. Now they're going to be buying back some of those high-priced bonds, which is of course how they borrowed money, and they were paying over 9% interest. You have to wonder why they're taking so long to buy those back, Scott, since they have so much money, cash in the bank. But at least they're doing it now, and people are willing to bet at the 20 strike going forward. They're buying this week. They bought 20,000 of the 20 calls. They bought them in December earlier in the week. They bought them January 20 calls last week. So a lot of big bets on Ford. Second one, somewhat related, MPC. Marathon. These guys, the stock's 62.70, and they're buying the upside 67.50 calls in January. I bought those, coattailed on that trade. You know how much I love energy. And lastly, take a look at BBY, also one of Pete's favorite stocks, Minnesota-based Best Buy. And this one's got upside call buying to the December 130 strike. Of course, that includes the Black Friday issue that I always like to address. That, this is one of those plays that I love the setup into Black Friday. Stock was 127. They're buying the 130s. I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, you can get what you want come Black Friday this year. We'll have to see. That plays right into to that story too. Doc, thank you. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with your final trades next.
All right, so VIX is ticking a little bit higher. SPY is stuck right here at VWAP. It could easily drop off. If VIX starts to spike higher, I would be looking at puts, maybe $1 out of the money, 40 delta, something like that. If we break above VWAP and start to rally, I'd be looking at 466, right around 466 calls. So with the triangle pattern right at VWAP, we could go either way. I'm not expecting a big move, but you never know. Keep an eye on VIX for a good signal here. Walmart's still trending higher. All right, VIX is pushing a bit higher, folks. Keep an eye on VIX. SPY is stuck right to VWAP, but if VIX continues to push higher, look for SPY to drop off.
Josh Brown.
Sticking with Amazon, even though it's so boring. Hopefully not for long.
All right, guys, good to see everybody. Thanks for watching the exchanges now.
And thank you very much, Scott. Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead this hour. Inflation has peaked. That's the view of economist David Rosenberg, who says price pressures will soon start to ease. This is nothing like the 1970s, and deflation will win the war. How he says to position your portfolio. Plus, checking in on Choice Hotels, the parent company of Comfort, Sleep Inn, and Econo Lodge, delivering on earnings, adding to the company's 35% gain this year. We speak with the CEO, who will reveal a surprising winner of the work-from-home trend. And a ride, a burger, and a workout. We've got the action, the story, and the trade ahead of three key earnings tonight: Uber, Shake Shack, and Peloton. But first, we start with the markets today. Dom Chu is here with the numbers, and we're getting that sort of settling in from the Fed yesterday, Dom.
Kind of like what you get when you get a ride after a burger and before a,
Settling in.
exactly, settling into everything. The markets are settling in right now at record high levels. With the S&P 500, it gets the gold star. It hit a record today. So did the NASDAQ Composite. The Dow is not far away, but it's still down in the session right now. To give you an idea of the trading range we've seen so far today, the S&P at the lows of the session, just after the opening bell, up 2 handles, 2 points, up 26 points at the highs. So tilting a little bit towards the middle of that trading range in the middle of the session today. Right now, 15,910, the last trade for the NASDAQ Composite, up 2/3 of 1%, the pacer, if you will, today. One of the big reasons why the NASDAQ Composite is outperforming today is the computer chip stocks, with two especially in focus today. Qualcomm, after that blockbuster earnings report and upbeat guidance from that company on the semiconductor side yesterday after the closing bell, has those shares up 13-14%. NVIDIA also up 11% right now. It's the 7th biggest company in the S&P 500, roughly 2 times the size of Procter & Gamble, just to give you an idea of market cap in terms of comparison. NVIDIA and Qualcomm both getting some positive analyst commentary as well today. Some analysts think that NVIDIA could be a real beneficiary if the metaverse really starts to take off here. And the semiconductors ETF, both of these stocks, by the way, hit record high levels today, so watch those semis. And then the stock of the day, the worst performing in the S&P 500, or at least it was earlier this morning. It's kind of battling it out with another casino operator right now. Moderna shares down 19%, a massive move lower. This is after a disappointing earnings and revenue report on the quarterly basis. It also lowered its outlook for its vaccine sales, and that has some investors worried. And they've been worried for a while, Kelly. Just to give you an idea, back in August, it hit a record high. Since then, we were down roughly 44% from those intraday record highs that we saw back in August. So Moderna shares, a key focus, always a popular ticker search on our website, cnbc.com, Kelly.
Yeah, and seen as a bellwether, really, for the sort of whole COVID vaccine story. Don, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Now, stocks generally may be hitting new highs again, but it's tougher these days for income investors. In fact, the S&P 500's dividend yield is sitting near historic lows. It's about 1.3%. My next guest says he's still finding attractive names with a higher payout. Joining me now is Dan Genter. He's the CEO and Chief Investment Officer of RNC Genter Capital Management. Dan, welcome to you. So, let's start with just kind of very, very basically where you see dividend yield and how important is this still for investors?
Well, it's hugely important, and it's become increasingly important, Kelly, as obviously the interest rates have gone down. I mean, you're looking at a bellwether 10-year Treasury at 1.5%. A big part of this population, all the baby boomers, are either preparing for retirement or they're retired, and they need income. They need cash flow, and that's been declining. And whereas dividend, like early in my career, dividends were kind of an also-ran. Oh, it pays a 2.5% dividend. That's nice. But now it's a major source of income, and company managements are realizing that. So they're seeing they can add shareholder value not only through stock buybacks, but they can do it by increasing dividends. And people are hunting for that. And they'll, in many cases, depending on how high the dividend is, they'll buy the stock just for that. So yes. I think it's a trend that's going to continue.
So here's a follow-up question. I have a lot of dividend questions these days, given everything that's been going on here. Do you have people who would literally buy, let's say, a 5-6% dividend yielding stock, even if they think the price is going down?
Well, they're not going to buy it if they think the price is going down, but they will definitely buy it if they think the price is going to be stable. Because sure. The reality is, if you look at a lot of these large cap companies that have been paying dividends for a quarter of a century consistently, the prices tend to be fairly stable or at least inch up slowly. So if you look at an investor and say, well, look, I can get 6% in dividend, it still has preferential tax treatment, and a maximum of 20%, most people 15%. And look, 3 years down the road, if the stock has done nothing, if it's just at the same price, oh, hey, I got my 6%. It's pretty good. So all you have to do is say, okay, I feel over a 3 to 5 year cycle, it's not going to go down. And that's a safe bet with a lot of companies.
Let me ask you one more question. I really appreciate all of this. It's about a stock you're not necessarily coming to talk about today, which is AT&T. There's a stock with a very high dividend yield. Let's see where it is as of today. 8.4% basically. I'm sure there are people salivating for that kind of yield, and yet the shares are at about an 11-year low, depending on kind of where they wiggle each day. Would that be a good candidate for a dividend portfolio or not?
Well, I think what you have to realize is, as I mentioned earlier, you don't want to buy companies that you think, number one, the share price may be going down, or frankly, that the reason the dividend yield is so high is that the price has gone down. So the dividends just stayed the same. The price went down, so the current yield is now elevated. But that's an environment to where you may have a very high probability they're going to cut the dividend, and then that can be a death bell to a stock that's like that if it's not priced in. So you don't want to just chase the dividend yield. You have to look at the level of the yield, the sustainability of the yield, and make sure those companies are viable and earnings are going up and cash flows there to support the payout ratio.
Yeah, and again, I'll leave the fact that it's not one of your choices, so people can read into that what they will at this point.
Right.
So let's talk about who you would recommend: CVS, Phillips 66, Dow Chemical. Talk about why those three in particular jump out to you.
Well, I think CVS is an interesting play just because it's a company that's going through a transition that I think is going to be successful. And the bottom line to that is they are no longer just a pharmacy. I mean, they're going to be an integrated healthcare provider, mainly providing, non-critical elements where you don't have to go to the emergency room, but you're feeling bad, and they're doing that very successfully. The dividend is strong. It's about a market dividend, a little higher at 2.1. We think that that's stable at a 12 PE on what we see as earnings. We just think it's a good overall return. There's others that are higher dividend plays like Phillips 66 and Dow. There too, we think we see significant value with very low PEs in the 7X range, but they're paying you 4.7% while you wait, and they're increasing dividends 8 to 9% a year. So you're not only getting 5% while you wait, taxed at no more than 20%. They're giving you a 8-9% raise every year. So very few things you can get high income, and then you're going to get a raise that's probably bigger than what most people were getting every year in their paycheck.
Well, and my final question kind of goes back to Phillips 66 and some of the names like that. You know, there seems to be kind of this ideological battle that takes place in the boardroom when you have a high proportion of your shareholder base that's there for the dividend, because companies often have to face a choice with that capital. Do they reinvest it for the future, or do they pay it out? You know, and I know that for many they can do a little bit of both, obviously, but you know, at a time of energy transition, we're looking at companies like Exxon and Chevron and wondering, do they just pay the cash back out to shareholders, or do they try to invest it for the future? And I wonder if, again, if the dividend base represents to some extent a challenge that companies have to overcome, because they say, you know, if we change and have to make these big investments, we're going to completely lose a portion of the share base that's here just for the payout.
It's an ongoing battle, and
All right.
making that decision every quarter for 150 years in this country. So it's nothing that's going to be new, and clearly it's a liability. I mean, it's a big number. It's a big payout when you look at free cash flow, and then when you're looking at it.
So the guy's family owns shares in Phillips 66, and he owns shares in Phillips 66, and he's pumping his 66. All right, nice. All right, so watching SPY here and see if that was a fake out. It's still a higher low. Still a higher low. I did buy some puts for a hedge, just in case the markets drop off. It'll, counteract some of the downside that I have. I've got about 8 positions now open, looking for, swings with options and shares. I still like retail quite a bit. Walmart is climbing, been climbing. Big move on, you see Walmart today? Check out Walmart's daily chart. Looks really good. And we're going into Black Friday. You know Walmart is like the king of Black Friday chaos. All right, so that's a stop. All right, we'll put the stop down here now. All right, we'll see what happens. All right, so we got a higher low in RSI, trying to get back above 50. VIX is dropping off, so it looks like a bear trap. VIX looks like a bear trap for now. Ford, I still have calls on Ford. All right, so looks like this triangle pattern is still playing out. We're right around a flat VWAP. I do have some hedged puts on the SPY. Looking for the 466 call. I might buy some 466 calls if we start to follow through. Okay, stock charts, what's up? Ford, nice follow through on Ford, surging higher. Ford. All right, SPY. SPY still pushing higher. All right. All right, just watching VIX for a drop off here. Micron, looking forward to get above VWAP. Micron looks really good on the daily. I was looking at it earlier this morning with the strength in the semiconductors. Looks really good. Let's look at the weekly time frame. Weekly. All right, so this looks like the first week above the 10 EMA. If we close here, that's a trend change. All right, Micron looks really good. First week above the 10 EMA. Looks like it's going to change direction. All right. All right, big five, sporting goods, big five, big move. Nice one. Nice one, Frano. I know you got into this yesterday, right? Big five. So big move today on big five. That's a big move. Nice. Love to see that kind of action. Look at the volume the past 3 days. Yesterday was really pronounced. Today, off the charts. All right, so ASO was pointed out in the morning blog post. It's still sitting on a doji. Similar kind of look. Look at the volume yesterday. Does the volume come in later? They had almost a 200% beat last time. ASO. Okay, so ASO, and we got Dick's Sporting Goods. Dick's inside day, looking for Dick's to follow through too. VIX is still trying to hold on to the highs here. So we might have to wait until after 2 o'clock to get a read on what's going to happen next in the markets. Ford, just off the high. Walmart's starting to fade now. All right, UWM is starting to build a higher low. We see a higher low here. I might add to my position of UWM. The the Russell Ultra 2000 Pro Shares, UWM. All right, what does FedEx look like? FedEx, nice move above the 50-day, looking for consolidation and then a follow through. It could just keep going. Macy's about to clear the VWAP here. Watch Macy's. Macy's on the breakout. That was on the watch list this week. It broke out yesterday. It's inside that wick, looking for the follow through. The board looking to automate or to have a better online presence, a bigger online presence, selling a lot of product online. So Macy's looking good. They set up a special committee for, I was surprised that they haven't done this already, the way Macy's has been trading, but there you go. So looking for Macy's to get above VWAP. Macy's, FedEx, ASO, Big Five. Almost took that with you yesterday, Frano, early in the morning. Still hugging VWAP, tightening up in price action. All right, so it looks like Macy's is trying to climb above VWAP right here. Macy's starting to push above VWAP. All right, Macy's is trying to follow through now. Macy's following through. SPY still hanging out at VWAP. VIX is still hanging out just below the high of the day at 1603, 1602, 15 and change right now, 15.99. All right, looks like Macy's going to get going. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Qs look better than the SPY. We have a lot of wicks down on the SPY as well after a huge run yesterday. NVIDIA flagging at the highs once again. Jeez. FedEx looks like it's going to get going here. FedEx. All right, looks like FedEx is going to stretch its legs. All right, FedEx. It's a flat VWAP, so it's at the high of the day. What's UPS doing? UPS there. FedEx doing the same thing, but it's above VWAP and pulling away. Higher lows, looking for a higher high. All right, FedEx, if you're still in it, looks good. All right, VIX is dropping off now. All right, VIX is dropping pretty hard. So we should see a lot of these stocks that dipped to get bought. ADI looking for a breakout. All right, semiconductors look really strong. VIX is about to drop off here. In the back of my mind, I just keep reminding myself, call wall moved to 470. Call wall moved to 4,700. Call wall moved higher. Call wall keeps moving higher 16 days straight. All right, so for the 16 days that we've been rallying, I'm happy to hear that CNBC and others are not talking about it, that the call wall up there, that's an advantage that we have that many of them don't mention, which is good. It's good for us. And RSI is strong. All right. All right, SPY, benefit of the doubt goes to the bulls. Looks like they're going to push it higher. VIX is dropping off here. VIX is dropping off. What a beautiful day in the neighborhood. All right, so we're getting close to the average, 16 days above the 9 EMA. All right, so I would sell into strength. If we get a nice rip here, I would definitely sell into strength. All right, so we're still chopping around. Mama said chop around. Mama said chop around. All right, I'll be right back. Let me grab my lunch. All right, now we're breaking back above VWAP, and if we get any kind of traction, this is the time I would look for it after, there goes ADI. I would look for it after 2 o'clock. Could be a little early. VIX is dropping off. All right, looking good. Okay, VIX. All right. Ford flag looks like it's going to go again. Ford. Walmart. Flag. Micron above VWAP now. Amazon looking good. Nice job there, Sean. Microsoft. Our Microsoft looks really good. Microsoft's probably just going to keep going. Going to keep going. Let's see, the ATR for the day is $5.40 on Microsoft. You could see another $2 on Microsoft. If everything starts getting bought, Microsoft takes off here. Tight squeeze on Microsoft. Microsoft. Microsoft squeeze. All right, Microsoft looks good. Look at the squeeze. It's got 2 more ATR. Could see +2 from here on Microsoft. You got an ATR of 4. It's up 2. All right, so you could see more on Microsoft. If these all start to break out. All right, Microsoft, nice tight Bollinger Bands. Watch for the breakout. the lower band opens up away from, look at the lower band. If that opens up quickly and the upper band starts to open up, that's telling you fast move on deck, like over here. Tight bands, you see the tight bands, they move away from each other, price rips higher, pulls back a little bit, and then rips again. Bollinger Bands open up again. All right, so it looks like we're going to go here. Looks like Microsoft wants to go. All right. All depends on the indices. If we can get a follow through on the indices, that should help out a lot of things. Watch Palantir. Palantir. I see Cayman talking Palantir. Let's see, NYMO's plus 22. NYMO plus 22. Bitcoin pulled back, didn't follow through. PLTR, Palantir. Palantir is on a buy signal. 5-minute, 30-minute, 60-minute. And the daily's opening up. Lower band is grinding higher, telling you to look for a grind higher. Microsoft 5-minute buy, 30-minute, 60-minute, and daily are all on buy signals. Okay, SPY and the Qs are what's holding things right now. VIX turning back up. Okay, so we're still in this pattern. SPY is still in this tight pattern. No breakout yet. RSI is just hovering around 50. VIX is being pesky, turning back up. Getting pretty tight here. Something's going to give. Something's got to give. Note the volume here. It's tapering off. MACD's trying to cross over. VIX is still a thorn that needs to be dispensed with. Until it is, we're tight along flat VWAP. So let's look at SPY on the daily. SPY daily. Okay, you can see we're in a doji. We're at the highs. Spinning top, tight pattern, doji. Potential to come back to 460. I have the 465 put just in case expires tomorrow for a hedge. I'm hoping that it expires, that I don't need it. I'm hoping I don't need it. Most of my positions are longs. All right, VIX, lower high now on VIX. This is tedious. Tedious. Watch Microsoft here. Microsoft looking for the follow through. Microsoft looking for the follow through. Okay, Microsoft watching that lower Bollinger Band. See how it's starting to open up? Microsoft is on a buy signal, 5, 30, 60, and daily. Microsoft starting to go right here, right now. Bollinger Bands look good. Microsoft's about to go. I like close to the money calls, as you know. 30 delta, 40 delta. 30 is the worst. I mean, the furthest out. 40, I like to try 40s most of the time. 40s work the best. 40s, 50s, anything. Where the hell is my Microsoft chart? There it is, okay. Got another $2 on its ATR, Microsoft. All right, watching it for breakout. All right, SPY. VIX dropping off again, lower high. Come on, Microsoft. All right, you can see that lower band is opening up here. Right there is triggering. If you don't have Thinkorswim, you can just set up your own TTM squeeze indicator. All you need to do, I can send you this chart if you need it by just clicking on permalink and giving you the link. You just need to save these settings. All right, Bollinger Bands, Keltner channel. When the Bollinger Bands enter the Keltner channel right here, you see the green line entering the gray area. Bollinger Bands into the Keltner, that becomes what's called a TTM squeeze. Once the Bollinger Bands open up again, that means a return to volatility. Look for the bands to open up, exit the Keltner channel, and then break out. Okay, look for your oscillators to tell you which direction. Oscillators say bullish, look at the volume, confirms. Looking for a follow through. Microsoft looks good. All right, we got an H pattern on VIX, H pattern, VIX, H. All right, there goes Microsoft. All right. What's Walmart doing? Walmart's turning here. We got a B pivot on Walmart. Singles and doubles. Singles and doubles. Every once in a while you get a home run, a Barry Bonds home run. NVIDIA, Microsoft, looking for the breakout, looking for the Bollinger Bands to go. FedEx, Walmart. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, Microsoft going. All right, so that looks good. SPY, looking good. All right, we got the breakout of the triangle. All right, breakout of the triangle. If we look like we're going to rip higher quickly, I'll take those SPY puts off. Won't need them, it looks like. There goes the NQ futures are breaking out. NVIDIA is just killing it. Okay, so we need to get above this 466.50. If we do, there are stops overhead for the short, okay? Same with the lows down here. There's stops down below for the longs. Okay, so right now we're in a triangle pattern, flat VWAP, no momentum. It's a lot to ask for a big move to the upside given what happened yesterday after Fed. However, we do know we have room to the upside to 470 on SPY. Doesn't mean we get up there anytime soon, today, tomorrow. It just means there's a potential. Equally, we have potential for downside, so we know where our stops are below and can trade accordingly, knowing that they keep lifting the upper strikes to give us more room on the upside as they keep lifting the ceiling, basically. All right, so we have support levels at 4,600, 4,636, and 4,685. 4,685 support. All right, let's go look at S&P. S&P. 60 minute. 5 minute. All right, so we know that we have 4,685. Okay, that's overhead now. That's resistance 4,600, 4,636, which we haven't tested. We ran away from that at the open. That's a good sign. So anybody's guess. Wait for 2 o'clock. Once 2 o'clock comes around, we'll see what they have in mind. Trade the direction after 2 o'clock. Looking for professionals to tell us which direction, as in portfolio managers and institutions. The day is fairly bullish. It is a doji, so I'm not expecting a lot of volume. We got two blocks here, 1 million at 464.80, 464.80, and 1.15 million at 464.80. All right, so that was yesterday's SPY. That was yesterday's. Okay, so 464. That was the close yesterday. So as we push higher, those blocks coming in, bullish above 464.80, say 465. we're still sitting here. And we're trying to build 464.80, 464.80. That's down here, 464. Those blocks were from yesterday. You can't see it, but there's a dashed line right there along that Fibonacci. There's a dashed line. That's yesterday's close. Those blocks were 464.80. There was two of them at 1 million shares each. One was at 1.153 million. So we're bullish above that. Those were at the bid. We're above 465. Stay bullish. And the call wall. Call wall is only four points away. 40 handles on the S&P futures. There goes the NASDAQ futures are going. NASDAQ futures. Watch NASDAQ futures here, folks. They're starting to tick up. NASDAQ futures ready to go. Watch the FANG stocks. They're all, man, look at NVIDIA, just crazy strong. 13% on the day. When was the last time we saw that? That's been a while. Yikes. NASDAQ futures are taking off, folks. NQ's going. All right, we're starting to lift. Pretty soon I'm going to take those puts off. SPY puts, I'll take them off closer to the market on close. If it looks like I still need them, I'll hold them. NVIDIA, oh my gosh, look at NVIDIA. Oh my gosh. You guys should be rolling in the dough. Rolling in the dough. NVIDIA. Oh my God. Moderna. Probably Steve Weiss buying Moderna on the dip. NVIDIA is just, I have a loss of superlatives to express the glee in my sentiment right now. Looks good. Looks good. VIX is dropping off really hard now. The first one or two candles are always most likely shorts. If you string together a half dozen bullish candles with a red one every once in a while. I would expect that to be indicative of buyers coming in. I haven't looked at Moderna today. I'm not really interested in it. Somewhere I got IBB. My IBB got taken away. I think I had a limit order yesterday or something. IBB. All right, it's down today. It was at the 50. Oh, you know what it was? It was at the 50 day. We took IBB off at the 50 day. mRNA. Moderna. Ooh, that's a gap down. That's below everything that Weiss had been trading. I'm thinking it gets down to the 200 day. So Moderna said earlier that its earnings for the rest of the year they thought were going to be less than anticipated or something along those lines. Microsoft looks like it wants to go again. Watch Microsoft here. Okay, you know how I think about Microsoft. I really like this setup. Spy. Where's my Microsoft? Microsoft. All right, Microsoft. Still trending higher. Looks good. I cannot believe NVIDIA. Those calls are just killing it from earlier in the week. You guys are still in those NVIDIA calls, right? I thought 270 was going to stretch it on NVIDIA for Friday's expiration. Those 270 calls. All right, Microsoft at the highs. All right, watch RSI up here. Don't get too giddy. I would be taking some profits off here and there. VIX in a descending wedge on the 1 minute chart. Yeah, good job, Raul. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Let's see what we're going to do today. All right, we're right back to VWAP. Pretty flat day, despite some of the moves that we've seen in some names. Microsoft. Looking for Microsoft to, looking for stocks to regain this little bounce, this big sideways range. We're in a doji pattern, tight range for the day. Pretty much what we expected, knowing that we have the call wall and an upper range that we could trade into. If for some reason they want to do it this week or today or tomorrow. Nvidia just keeps going. Wow. 38 points on Nvidia. That just blows my mind. All right, it's after 2 o'clock. After 2 o'clock, we're looking for direction. If the institutions want to keep buying up here, we'll know it. The Qs look the best. They're at the highs. SPY has been sideways all day, going nowhere. Look at the Qs by contrast. Look at VWAP, the dashed purple line. Now look at Qs. All right, Qs, VWAP is launching a bit higher. So keep your FANG stocks. Look for more upside. You can see how we came down to VWAP and the volume picked up here. Another dip towards VWAP, volume picked up again and again on this last move higher. So Qs look really good. SPY is flat. Can we get a follow through on SPY? We're in a sideways pattern right now. Sideways. S&P equal weight index has been on a buy signal. I've referenced this chart many times over the last couple of years. More so lately, I added it as an indicator. Since March, April of last year, every time we got the number of stocks trading above their 50-day at a low number, 25%, 30%. In this case, this dip over here on the left back in January, we had about 40% stocks above their 50-day. Most recent signals were 25% of stocks were above their 50-day. When it gets that low, that's why it's green. When it gets that low, I know that institutions are going to start buying the dips on quality names. And that's what they started doing. It's not my opinion. That's what this line is telling you. Number of stocks trading above the 50-day, as they continue to push them higher, buying the dips. Those two signals together give you the signal for the breakout, that vertical line. So since that breakout, we were at 6,100. We're up at 6,500, so a 400-point move on the S&P Equal Weight Index. Not bad. Looks like a nice follow through. All right, so we're just ascending channel, just breaking out. Multiple expansion. For those of you who are millennials, listen up. The market goes through periods of multiple contraction, which we are just coming off of, that 6% pullback, and multiple expansion. Since I started trading on wave 2 over here in 87, you can see where in 1987 it's almost insignificant because of the chart style. A 33% drop in 3 days. I think it was 23% the first day. When we crashed, was it Black Friday? But we had the contraction, and multiples eventually started to turn. That was a signal that you could start to get long, and we're looking at that right now. You're on wave 2. If you're in your 30s, you're on wave 2. Some of you got out of college a little bit earlier in the last 3 or 4 years. So these changes in multiples, high expansion and contraction, relate to the life cycle that we go through, right? You have, when you come out of college, you get rid of the car that your parents gave you, unless you had rich parents. You get rid of the car they gave you, the second-hand car. You buy a new car. That affects the automotive industry, consumer discretionary. You might go out and instead of having an apartment, you might go out and buy a condo after you get your first really good job. You buy a new car and you buy a condo, or maybe you buy a house. Maybe you do some sort of real estate deals or whatever, and that affects consumer discretionary real estate. You're buying new clothes, and you've got different sectors. You buy a new computer, whatever, that affects the technology sector, and so on. Multiples start to expand again, but we're in a dip right now. So the next wave is going to be a wave up. Now that could take a couple of years. You can see between 2 and 3 over here. That was 88 to 93, 94. And that was during the nice secular bull market that started in 87 that ran up to year 2000. And then multiples really contracted there into 2006, 2007. Then they spiked again when right after the markets collapsed more than 50% in 2007, 2008. So right now you're in a pretty good place where multiples have contracted somewhat. They're starting to turn up a little. But if you're a new investor, you've got your whole future in front of you. Put some money into a long-only S&P 500 fund or something like that, and just let it sit. In 10 years, you'll have quite a bit of cash just from that one investment. And, along the way, buy the dips and sell the rips. So you've got a lot to look forward to if you're in your 30s. All right? So you have a lot to look forward to. All right, let's look at a few other things while we're waiting for the markets to get out of this flat malaise. Notice the New York Stock Exchange Composite. I removed the candles because I'm very interested in what the 50-day, the blue line, and the 200-day, the red line, are saying right now. A few months ago, this was starting to flatten out. I was starting to get a little concerned that maybe we'd see a bigger than a 5 or 6% pullback. That's since turned back up, so that's a good sign. Rate of change turned up, so we have a nice cycle there. The number of stocks making new highs versus new lows. Big spike today. All right, we've got 122 more new highs than we did yesterday. 52% increase. And we had a good day yesterday. So under the hood, looking pretty good, even though market internals have turned a little bit lower. So we'll look for the institutions to begin buying again. Right now, it looks like they sold some today at 2-to-1 down volume. So not surprisingly, we have a flat VWAP on SPY with a 470 upside potential and 460 support, 465 support. All right, so let's go back and look. All right, so we're just moving sideways on SPY. The FANG stocks, NVIDIA continues to grind higher, and FedEx looks like it wants to go. All right, so there's nothing going on. Big C is the competitor with Shop, right? All right, so Big C, is that going to do? That's isn't that Shop's competitor? Big C. It's got earnings after the close. It's down here in the 40s. Provides cloud-based e-commerce software to retail and business-to-business merchants, B2B. All right. Worst case scenario, it drops below 40. Best case scenario, I could see it moving back towards 60. I don't like it the way it's trading. Below the 50-day, still moving lower. They're probably going to beat though. So wait till after the earnings. If they come out, they have a lot of upside potential. At least 100 points, back up to 160 or so. So let's say Big C has good earnings. Tomorrow it opens up. Wait for a little dip. Watch for it to get bought. Watch for the IB, implied volatility, to collapse after earnings. And maybe tomorrow or Monday it'll be a good buy on Big C. I wouldn't trade it into earnings though. Could go either way. Unless you're trading options and you have sort of a calculated bet. But it's a bet. 50-50. Could go either way. Though I do seem to think that it'll move higher, not lower. Just given what Shopify did. Shopify, with its recent earnings, came right off of the 200-day and just blew up 1,500. All right. Nothing to do here. Ford looks like it's going to take out the high here. Ford looking for the high of the day right here, right now. Ford. Looking for a new high of the day, a breakout above 1950. Come Come on, Vix, drop off. Stop aggravating me. Apache, no follow through. Apache, no follow through. Just falling off here. Apache. Oh well. Microsoft, can you do something? All right, the market went to sleep after lunchtime, waiting for institutions to tell us what to do. They usually show up at this time of day between 2:15 and 2:45, so we're watching for that. The Qs are pulling away from VWAP, so watch your FANG stocks. All right, looking for the Qs to continue to pull away from VWAP. That would indicate that growth is still getting bought over cyclicals. Let's take a look at that chart. All right, you can clearly see growth thanks to NVIDIA. Growth is outperforming. All right, watch Walmart here. ADI and a lot of the other semiconductors at the high of the day. Ford looks ready to break out. There goes Ford. Ford going. Ford's going. I'm honestly a bit taken aback. I'm a bit taken aback on the strength in Nvidia. It just keeps going. Just keeps freaking on. Keeps on trucking. You know. Keep it on. Keep it on. Wow. Pretty impressive. All right, NVIDIA, I don't know how much more this is going to I can take. All right, I'm going to take a little bit off. NVIDIA, so far, great trade on NVIDIA if you're still trading it. All right, there goes the ADI breaking out. ADI breaking out the new highs. ADI's going. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Qs are doing well. Growth is kicking ass. Oh boy, what a nice day, huh? Qs continue to push higher. Fang stocks, what can you say? What can you say? You can have all you want at Alice's restaurant. Walmart at the high of the day. Back to the high of the day. Walmart. Wow, look at NVIDIA. Oh my goodness, look at NVIDIA. This is silly now. NVIDIA is silly time. Look at its volume. Tell me that's not institutions. Oh my Lord. Looks like we're going to hit 320 today. That upgraded target on NVIDIA. I forget who it was, but going for it. Oh, man. So you had everything going for you. You had relative volume, sustained all day long. That's very uncommon. You had a very bullish VWAP, opening range breakout, price above, and every time it dipped a little bit, volume picked up and they kept buying. Trading at the high of the day. I would take a little bit off. On a day like today, I would take some off. All right, FedEx is going. FedEx is going tight right here. FedEx is going. It's broken out above key levels 245. FedEx. FedEx is breaking out. Wow, look at FedEx go. FedEx is going. FedEx is delivering those 320. Yeah, you're going to see 320. That was the upgrade price. NVIDIA. FedEx is going. Breaking out. On volume. Ford, what you doing, Ford? No breakout. Ford, NVIDIA's the highs. FedEx going. All right, looks good. Don't be surprised if there's a little rotation out of growth tomorrow. Not out of, but growth takes a little bit of a back seat and cyclicals get bought tomorrow. Wow, what a strong day. AMD is just vertical, just keeps going. Beautiful. FedEx looks good. Digital Turbine finally coming back. Digital Turbine finally turned the corner. Remember, we're looking at Digital Turbine this morning. Okay. Now we've got spinning top. Still don't have a bullish candle. Until we see a bullish candle, you're guessing. Once you see the first bullish candle and you see volume, then you know that institutions are starting to buy. You can wait for a second day. If we get a bullish day tomorrow, that means you have to wait until Monday. So it's going to require a little patience, but Apps Turbine looks pretty good here. Maybe at the end of the day they run this up. What time is it? Almost 3 o'clock. Digital Turbine. Tagged at 200 day. I'm thinking we're going to rally. Digital Turbine. Maybe some shares. Maybe, I don't know. We've already tested the 200 day. I'm working against my strategy. I have to wait for tomorrow, unfortunately. I'd love to buy Digital Turbine today, but my strategy is wait for the first bullish day. Now, if we turn out to be a hammer, that could happen in the next hour and 10 minutes. Digital turbine could be a hammer. That might happen. All right. So that might just happen. All right. Wow. NVIDIA is smoking it, man. They're smoking it. They're smoking the bears here. What a great day in the neighborhood. Microsoft will get a nice little run end of day would be nice. It does that from time to time. Microsoft will run end of day. Yes, it can do it. You can do it. Microsoft. Digital turbine. All right, so it's coming back up above VWAP. Is this going to be the hammer? Can it get above? Can it make, what do we need here? We need 3 points. We need 3 points from this point. We need to see a rally of 3 points, tight Bollinger Bands. It's in an area where institutions would be most likely looking at it. So watch Digital Turbine here. It might get going. All right, Digital Turbine. All right, Digital Turbine. All right. Things are going too well. I have to tell you, two things. Okay, there goes VIX. VIX is starting to spike. VIX is spiking. Cover. VIX cover at the lows. All right. NVIDIA starting to see a little bit of profit taking there. It's best to exit when you can, not when you have to. All right. It's best to exit when you can, not when you have to. Sava's a good example. This morning, we exited when we could, not when we had to. All right. So when it started to drop off, and then it went sideways and dipped even more, you know, getting out close to 100, that was a good 50, 55 point move from that Monday, Tuesday area. Now we're seeing higher lows. Potential for Sava to keep going, no? That'd be interesting. Sava. Can it keep going tomorrow? It held up pretty well. Maybe it goes. Higher lows, higher highs. Cassava. Paolo, if you feel like a sinner, then you got to repent, man. You got to repent. 50 lashes.
Coming up after the close today, earnings from SQ Square, RKT Rocket Companies, SHAK Shake Shack, SWKS Skyworks Solutions, UBER Uber, VLGR Velodyne LiDAR, WW International, WWE World Wrestling, YELP Yelp, PINS Pinterest, OXY Occidental Petroleum, NWSA News Corp, NLOK Norton LifeLock, MNST Monster Beverage, MELI Mercado Libre, MSI Motorola Solutions, LYV Live Nation, ILMN Illumina, GPRO GoPro, FSLR First Solar, FNKO Funko, EXP Expedia, EDCon Ed, DDOG Datadog, DDX Dropbox, CC Shamor, ANGI Angie's Home Services, AIG American International Group, ABNB Airbnb reporting after the close today.
Looking for a rally in Cassava Sciences at the end of the day. All right, VIX dropping off now. All right, Nvidia is starting to show profit taking. Take the exit. Scale out of some at least.
RDBX seeking alpha post biotech labs blog November pick. Redbox Entertainment $50 price target. That's Romeo Delta Bravo X-ray.
Microsoft maybe next.
RDBX. Shares of Redbox getting a pop off the lows on that. Seeking out the post again, the $50 price target. That's Romeo Delta Bravo X-ray. RDBX. RTX, U.S. State Department approved sale of up to $650 million in air-to-air missiles to Saudi Arabia. That from the Pentagon. That's Raytheon RTX, Romeo Tango X-ray RTX.
All right, so technically there are more declining stocks than advancing stocks at the moment. So the advancing stocks are mostly the growth group. We can see cyclicals both. We have staples, industrials, materials, financials taking a break while the growth stocks continue to move higher. So I'd be taking profits off into strength and reduce my open positions going into Friday. We've had a huge run up and we have resistance just overhead at 47, 470 and 4700 SPY and S&P 500 respectively.
RDBX, Redbox shares spiking here now, 1441 off of that Seeking Alpha Post. Romeo Delta Bravo X-Ray. RDBX. TSLA Tesla, Inside EVs reporting Panasonic reveals its progress on Tesla 4680 battery cells. RDBX now halted on a circuit breaker, spiking to the highs 1524 off of that Seeking Alpha post with a $50 price target. That's Romeo Delta Bravo X-ray. RDBX halted at the highs now. NIO NEO. Louis Navalier with a sell on NEO. November India Oscar NIO. House Speaker Pelosi says Joint Tax Committee analysis of revenue from Biden domestic spending bill omits pay-fors that would raise about $650 billion. Pelosi says bill would raise more than $2 trillion in revenue.
All right, so ADI I mentioned earlier as one of the semiconductor. It was the first semiconductor I looked at. If you took ADI, I would suggest taking some off into strength. Looks really good. It's at the high of the day right now. ADI. Take some off into strength. It was meant to be a day trade. Okay, probably swing. Probably could swing some if you want to. If it closes at the high of the day, I generally what I would do is take half off or 3/4 off, and then I would swing a half or a quarter. This looks like it could see 182.50 and very bullish for the last 5 trading days. So it looks good. Volume shows institutions, so it most likely will follow through. I was looking at it as a day trade. So semiconductors are very strong. They're the strongest sector today, semis. This was the first stock on the list, all right, that I looked at. And I would be taking some off. You know, try to minimize your exposure. No guarantees that semis will be strong again tomorrow. NVIDIA is getting bought on the dip, though. NVIDIA is getting bought on the dip. So that's going to give Qs a second life. Applied Materials looks good, breaking out today. The semis just look awesome. AMD, ASML. ASML I like the best. ASML and ADI I liked the best because they're so close to the 9 EMA. I look at this as the value area. All right, so the value area is right around the 21 day, the 9 EMA, the 50 day. And this took off, so maybe take some profits off. I like ASML. That's one that Grover took a couple of days ago. Or actually a couple of weeks ago, right? So ADI, I would take some off there. Digital Turbine, looking for it to hold the low. I would love to see a hammer down here. That would be indicative of a reversal signal. Ford, looking for one more pop above 1950 by the close would be nice. Okay, Walmart coming back a bit. Microsoft a little bit.
Resuming now, 1677. The high now on Redbox Entertainment, Romeo Delta Bravo X-Ray. Shares continuing higher before pulling back now.
Yeah, Andrew, I would ride it. All right, so we've had 16 days above the 9 EMA. That's the average, okay? So I'm thinking you should take some profits off the table. Retail will probably continue. Growth had quite a move today. I'd be taking some profits off at the highs, trying to minimize my exposure. Micron's still going. Micron looks good. Micron's still going into the close.
TSLA Tesla, Elon Musk says he will post finer-grained details of software improvements going forward.
Walmart's still pulling back. Walmart had a very strong day today. I'm still thinking it's going to continue higher. All right, we've spent 16 days above. You ever notice that, you have some really good periods and you get really excited and things are going really well, and then the next week things really fall apart? Well, this plays into this whole idea, right? Under the hood, there's a lot more decliners than there are advancers. The ones that are advancing are helping buoy the markets markedly. So I told you before I had puts, the 465 put. Looks like I'll go ahead and hold on to them just in case we gap down tomorrow. Okay, and I have the 466 call. 466 call. So one or the other is going to work. But the main message is we spent 16 days above the 9 EMA. We had a big reversal, okay, after a big pullback. We've rallied, what, 12% in those 16 days? And the volume is pretty significant. We got the overhead is right there at 4,700. Now, for some reason, the call wall were to move higher, then I might change my tune. But 4,700 is the top for now. And we've spent too much time. We've spent 16 days above. So we could see 19 days like we did over here in August, June, August. This pullback was significant enough that maybe we can extend the amount of time above the 9 EMA. I do feel like we're going to pull back, though. Higher probability we pull back tomorrow, next week. In the short term, we were very aggressive in the leading weeks out of this. When we moved back above the 50-day, we got a lot more aggressive. I was trading a lot more calls, a lot more options, and fewer shares. But now that we're up here 16 days and we're near 4,700, I've been actively trying to reduce my positions. I got stuck on Bank of America and Goldman Sachs. Those two I thought were going to work after Goldman Sachs broke out, and then it reversed the very next day. 10-year yield is part of the reason, and the Fed. Rates unchanged. Many people were expecting the Fed to raise rates. NVIDIA, H pattern. NVIDIA H pattern. So you should be looking for a dip to buy. as we start to scoot along the upper Bollinger Bands, you got to think, you have to think, am I overdoing it? You know, am I pressing my luck? You know, a lot of people are still looking to buy the dip, you know, so we'll probably get that. Look at the lower Bollinger Band. See how it's rallying with the upper band? That could mean we're just going to keep running the upper bands. All right? So, like we did over here for 19 days, right? Until we close inside of standard deviation 1, the trend is up. I'm just going to do it on with fewer stocks. I'm going to ride the trend with fewer stocks. Instead of having 18, I'll have maybe 8. Still got a couple of dogs like OCGN, which is trying to return, trying to get back up there, but OCGN, I'm down $1 on OCGN. Digital Turbine, I'm looking for a hammer on Digital Turbine at the 200-day. Okay, so if we were to close on a bullish day, I don't see that happening in 29 minutes, but if we were to close a little bit better and tomorrow's a bullish day, I would probably be interested in looking for a long on this one. Okay, so that's one I'm watching. The semis did really good today. NVIDIA is trying to hold up here. This is way extended, folks. This is way outside the upper Bollinger Bands. I mentioned you should have taken profits about 45 minutes ago and a little bit earlier than that. I still think that's the case. While we could see some more follow-through, I think it needs a rest. It needs a rest first. That's just my opinion. All right, Digital Turbine trying to do something here. Digital Turbine. Okay, don't destroy yesterday's massive move with some stocks that aren't working. Unfortunately, Bank of America and Goldman Sachs, the one red group that I've had this week, banks, the one red group, persistent. And some of these more speculative names, like OCGN, Cassava Sciences, that's flat, looking for that to push higher. Teva's another one that I have that I'm down about 50 cents on. Teva, I'm off 65 cents. All right, watch SPY. Maybe it runs end of day. If it runs end of day, I might take profits in the 436s, keep the puts on. Unless for some reason we just rip higher. Tick cumulative says no. Tick cumulative is below the signal line. Fast signals below the signal line. 2-to-1 down by him. Decliners beating advancers. The stocks that are advancing are the big cap tech stocks. The growth obviously outperforming. Ripping higher, big cap tech, semiconductors. But these here, yesterday we had a solid day on both. We really needed to see that today. All right, there goes SPY. SPY's starting to move here. Qs. VIX dropping off. VIX is dropping off. There goes VIX. All right, Qs. Look at that volume. Wow. Okay. SPY. Flat VWAP. The most I would expect is the top of this range. 466.50 or so. We pop above that, I'll probably take some profits into strength. FedEx. FedEx looks good. Looks like it's going to follow through. Moving away from VWAP, that's a good sign. Looks like institutions buying. Okay, last few days and a week before, looked like they were buying. Now we're above the 50-day. Worst case scenario, we'll come back down and test the 50-day. Best case scenario, we break out. And then the third option is that we just consolidate and the 9 catches up. The 9 EMA catches up. We cross through the 921 day, cross it through the 50 day. Moving averages start moving up and to the right. We negate the markdown. We've got the base. We've got the base. Now we're looking for phase 2 to start, the markup period. Looking for the markup period to start. We're way extended. We're way extended.
White House OPEC Plus has the power to act on oil supplies.
All right.
White House says it doesn't think Biden's vaccine mandate will impact supply chain issues.
FedEx, high of the day. Digital Turbine, D apps, I like it. Digital Turbine, I do like it. All right, looking good. Looking for a hammer. All right, so can we get a run into the close? Digital Turbine. All right, this is what we're looking for. We're looking for it to close green. It's above, it's in the green zone now. Digital Turbine with big move down yesterday. They beat earnings in a big way. Digital Turbine. All right, Apps Turbine. Would love to see it. Would love to see it continue. All right, so look at that. Wow, that's nice. Oh, by the way, Digital Turbine has a 228% growth rate.
Market on close and balance, 200 million on the buy side.
200 million to buy. That's pennies. That's pennies from heaven, but still pennies.
DATS stat chat, tweeting phase 1 of social network plus out now. Stand by for phase 2. That's Delta Alpha Tango Sandy. DATS.
All right, looking for a nice bounce here. All right, what time is it? We got 15 minutes to go. All right. All right. Digital Turbine. All right, looks like profit taking. That's what it looks like right now. Looks like profit taking, end of day. After a massive run, look at all that volume. All right, so we're back to VWAP with 15 minutes to go. All right.
ZSE scaler, a pick from Motley Fool, Zulu Sandy. ZS.
All righty. We're right in the middle of price action right now. We've got 13 minutes to go for the regular session, another 15 minutes beyond that. 4:15, the SPY and the Qs and the S&P 500 big. Stop trading options at 4:15. Let's see if we can't get a little pop. Microsoft looking for a pop. Digital Turbine looking for a big move here. Looking for a big move on Digital Turbine. Big Five Sports up 1%. Nikola up 22%. Nikola, wow. Nikola, I looked at that earlier. Nikola. Big move on Nikola today. Damn it, Janet. I looked at this early this morning and I got sidetracked. Some of you might have taken it. I saw this over here. High tick alert. All right, maybe there's some news coming out. High tick alert. High tick. Cassava Sciences looking for a breakout. Let's do 470. There goes Nikola. Anybody take Nikola? I did not. I got sidetracked and completely overlooked it. Here's a good example for you new traders, people that are listening, that are new members. All right, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft on the move. Whenever you see VWAP rising right after the first 30 minutes, the opening range, that's called the opening range, 9:50 to 10 o'clock. Whenever you see the breakout of the opening range and volume peaks, or spikes, I should say, and it starts to move away from VWAP, that's your signal to get long and keep riding your stop higher. Then you look for relative volume to pick up. It's been high all day. Look at 1 o'clock today and 1 o'clock yesterday. Yesterday was a big day. And look at the volume right here, starting to push higher now. All right, so there you go. That's a perfect example of a good bullish chart with RVOL and VWAP. Ford taking out the high of the day would be nice. SPY at the high of the day. Wow, Nikola. FedEx looking for a breakout. FedEx. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft popping here. All right, into the close. Microsoft. Cassava looks like he wants to go when nobody's watching. We'll be watching. We'll be watching you, Cassava. Looking for the follow-through, Cassava.
TLL, Toll Brothers at Canyons, now open for sales in Castle Pines. Tango Oscar Lima.
Nikola.
TOL.
General Motors going too. General Motors is going too. All right, let's keep an eye on Microsoft. Satya Nadella. Such a good CEO. All right, Cassava, looking for this one to run tomorrow again. It has this Alzheimer's drug. The whole reason it pulled back is because there was rumor that it was fudged numbers. Today they came out and a third party confirmed they weren't fudged, that they weren't manipulated data, that it was actually dead on balls accurate, as my partner Marissa would say. All right, so I could see it up at 123, where it was before that news came out. I can see that. Volume is above average. Looking for Cassava to move higher. Maybe buy some shares or some options. I think Frank's in it. NVIDIA, they bought the dip. So that's, watch it. Could dip a little bit more. Most likely will gap up tomorrow, NVIDIA. We've got 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go for the regular session. This is your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is November the 4th, Thursday, a beautiful cold day in Myrtle Beach. It's sunny out, but it's cold. It's like 65 degrees. It's so freezy outside. I'm sure you New Jersey folks are jealous, Mondo. All right. Apple didn't do much today. I thought it was going to do something. All right, we got tomorrow. VIX is trying to pop back up. All right, Saba. Really disappointed in Goldman Sachs and Bank of America. Those two turds. Maybe they bounce tomorrow. Maybe value will be back in tomorrow. We'll get some cyclicals to break out. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft squeeze on Microsoft. Squeeze at the end of the day. We've got 6 minutes to go on Microsoft. And the market's for the close. All right, watching the squeeze here. Watch Microsoft. Microsoft on the squeeze. See how those see how the Bollinger Bands are starting to open up top and bottom? That's a good sign. Maybe we'll get a good pop here. Or maybe we'll get a false start. Looks like a false start right now. Getting everybody excited. Got the volume came in and then just took some profits there. All right. Well, not a bad day though. Considering yesterday's rally, I was really giddy at the close. I woke up at 5 o'clock this morning and a little earlier than usual. I usually get up at 5:15, 5:30. I woke up and was like, wow, what a day yesterday. I had dreams about grandeur last night. It was a really good night of dreams, thanks to the market rally and the Fed, Jay Powell. Jay Powell. All right, so Ford looking for one more pop. Not going to do it? Oh, well. FedEx watching for a pop there. Walmart looking for it to climb into Black Friday. A little dip below VWAP. It trades on the New York Stock Exchange, so I'm not surprised. Ford looking for another pop towards 30. Any upgrades today on Ford? I saw Russell talking about 30 something. Ford gives Toyota a run for its money. Who was that? Reuters. Yeah, Reuters. Reuters loves to talk. I'm not going to say that word. South Korea to invest $2 billion to build new EV battery factory in China. Ford to retire $5 billion in high interest debt. Issue green bonds. Okay. Ford offers cash tender for outstanding debt securities. All these sound very bullish. It wasn't too long ago that Ford was trading like you never see it this high. You know, for years we just like saw this malaise. It's kind of like JetBlue, and then finally JetBlue broke out of its range. Maybe it was a reverse split, kind of like GE, that reverse split on GE. All right, kind of a lackluster close here. Lackluster close with 2 minutes to go. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com this fine Thursday, the 4th of November. It's cold out, it's sunny, and what can I say? It was a good day. It was a good day in the neighborhood. All right, looking for VIX to drop off. All right. Vusy's trying to turn end of day here. Vusy. I'm going to give Vusy one more day. If it doesn't do something, if it doesn't break out of this pennant pattern, pennant's like a triangle versus a flag, which is more rectilinear. If Vusy cannot break out tomorrow, I'm probably going to let go of it because I've lost about 25 cents on the options. I have some shares. The shares are okay, but I might take it off. It didn't do anything. It popped up. What was that, Monday? Looked like it was going to continue and then just sat there. And the volume's tapering off on the flag, so that's a good thing. Or pennant, the volume's tapering off. So I'll give it one more day. Vusy, if you're listening, David. All right, there goes SPY. End of day run. How much time we got? Less than a minute. Let me put a limit order to sell. Couldn't get it fast enough. Nice little rally into the close. All right, folks. Have a great evening, everyone. Remember, especially if you're a new member, remember, you can lose money in the markets. Just because we had a good day yesterday does not mean today is going to be equally as good. You have a lot of risk in the markets. You have to enter your trades with the idea that, what am I willing to lose? I got $1,000 to put on this trade. How much of that $1,000 am I willing to lose? 5%? If you take a 5% loss, the next trade you take, if you have like a 5.5% gain, you negate that 5% loss. 10% gain, obviously you do much better. 20% gain. So you want to kind of keep your losses to a minimum, 5%, 8% max, 10% max, whatever your number is. And, you know, keep the $1,000 that you were going to trade. Maybe that's only a tenth of your portfolio. Maybe you got $10,000 to trade with, and you want to trade. Maybe you use 500 to 1,000 on any one position. If you make a loss 5%, immediately you take it off. Next trade, all you need to do is make 5% to regain that loss. All right. So, but the more you lose, the harder it is to get back to even. So try to minimize your exposure, minimize your risk. And every time you go into a trade, know what you're willing to lose. And when you lose it, exit the trade because it didn't do what you thought it was going to do. I have no problem selling a loser. If it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, if I'm thinking it's going to break out and we open, 10 minutes later it's down 10%, I'm out. No questions asked. I'll go to the next trade. All right, have a great evening, everyone. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Ciao.